Hey yo, good morning. Streaming day, critiques and paintovers day. 4 viewers. I'm excited. Um, yeah, we got quite a few submissions between the Heath's House Discord and my mentoring Discord. So we've got about 7 pieces, I think, to go over. So we can get quite in depth with them, which will be quite nice. The whole stream is going to be dedicated to the whole stream is going to be dedicated to those. And then if there's any other like Photoshop questions or hey yo, Sarah, thanks for the sub, much appreciated. In a very exclusive club of about 5 people now. Welcome, thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, so I will get into where we're going to start. Not going to do a warm-up today, just so we can jump straight into the crits. But yo, Dove is art, what's up? I'm good. Yeah, so what I will do, I basically will jump into something first of all where I just sort of using a file that I made for a demonstration a little while ago, last year. I'll just go through my process basically for setting up layers for illustrations for lighting, because well, I think it's helpful to show you, but I think a lot of the images that I see that have been submitted, one of the major issues I think is that things get quite muddy and the materials lose definition because we are mixing the surface of the material and the lighting together, and at a certain point we lose kind of the effect of the lighting and also the intrinsic properties of the material because we're sort of muddying those two things together. And it's a little bit hard to describe, I guess, but I will do my best to. But obviously the material itself, whatever that is, cloth, hair, skin, etc., it has a color and it has some, sort of texture or sort of local coloring to it. That is, and I like to think of that as being completely separate from the lighting which is on that surface. And if in the beginning you can separate surface from light, you're going to have a much easier time when it comes to rendering, because the first thing you do is essentially lay down your surface and any local coloring or texturing on that, devoid of like any direct lighting. And then separately you add lighting to that, and what you're going to get is the ability to edit this at any point during the illustration, but you're also going to learn better how different materials react to light, and you're painting the light and the reflection of the light source separately from the material itself. And I think it would honestly solve a lot of problems that I see in the illustrations. And also it can be a very easy process to adopt for client work, because while you're doing personal work, totally fine, do that however you want, right? But when you're doing client work, you're going to get requests to change things later on in the process. And if you haven't got a process to build up your illustrations in such a way that these things are editable later on, you're going to either have to just keep painting out or painting over it to change things, which is going to take up a lot of time and frustration. And essentially, you end up muddying the painting up quite badly. So having a process that enables you to actually edit these things and keep things in flux before you lock them down, then this is going to be very helpful. So I'm going to talk about that first. and then I'll jump into all the critiques, and that way it'll let a few more people like filter in and so on. Let's see who's here. Jewel, hello, good morning. We have your critique ready to go. Castonia, hello. Hi. Who else? Yeah, we got Sarah here. Dove is art. Beautiful. All right. Well, let's go to Photoshop. So this is a demonstration that I did last year at Concept 101, and I basically I painted this from start to finish in just over an hour, and basically talked about how to manage multiple light sources, and how to paint light separately from surface, right? And how to sort of set this up in an easy way. Like I said, I think this will help a lot of people when it comes to understanding a process and being kind of editable like that. So basically what we have here is some flat shapes, right, that represent this character. Now, there was a drawing. Don't know where the drawing is. I've done this demo like a billion times, so I think the line work's gone somewhere. But anyway, there was some line work for this character, but it doesn't really matter. And the way I set this up makes it very open to change and very like editable. And things that are important here is that, oh, there we go, there's the lines. What's important here is that the surface is separate from the lighting. So what do I mean by that? Let me turn these lights off. So on her face here, let's, for example, try and think of it like this. Her makeup, the local coloring on her face, you know, let's say she has like slightly redder cheeks, for example. All of this stuff is surface qualities. So if this was your metal or stone or anything like that, there are certain textures and local hue differences that you can paint on these that are separate from the lighting. They are local to the material itself, okay? So this would mean, like, you know, the end of someone's nose being slightly redder, for example, their cheeks being slightly redder, like round the eyes tends to get like a little bit yellower, etc., etc. These are all intrinsic properties of the material. So when I was painting like the bone, the jade kind of throwing knife the other day, I painted it as if it basically had like an insanely diffused light over its whole surface. So there was no specularity, there was no reflection of the light source, there was just the textures that make up the material. Okay? And this is what I mean when I say separating out the material and its intrinsic properties from the light itself. If you can do this and then add your light sources separately, you're going to have a bit of a light bulb moment when it comes to rendering, because those two things really you shouldn't be mixing together unless you really understand what you're doing. Because what you're going to do is you're going to lose the effect of the light on the surface, and you're going to lose the effect of the textures that surface has. So you're going to kind of meld these things together, and that's why all of your materials end up looking the same. They become sort of a matte, mushy kind of wash where everything appears to have the same specularity, everything has the same edges, and it's all just kind of soft and melts together because you're confusing light and surface. So for example here, right, I've just put in some local color differences on the surface of the face, but it has no lighting. This is like as it would appear if we had like an insanely diffused light, no cast shadows, a sort of a global light coming from all directions, right? That's very diffused. You have no shadows whatsoever. You would just see the local color changes of everything. Okay. So, let's say the face would look something like this under that. Now we could go in and do this similar with the hair. There would be some color changes in the hair, etc., etc. But for the purposes of this demonstration, it's like this. What I then do is I start to add layers of, first of all, shadow, and then separately different light sources on here. So the first thing I intend to do here is use a multiply layer, and this is set to, I'll show you what it looks like as a normal layer. Set to this kind of purpley blue color. This is the color of my shadows, okay? You can obviously choose what the color of your shadows is. In this instance, I wanted something that would sort of melt her together with the background so that when we put light on this, we can pick her out from the background again. Refined edges, essentially. So this is on multiply. And as you see here, the values of her skin and the values of the background, they kind of melt together. It's hard to tell where she ends and the background begins. This is because I want to use the light to sort of pick her back out again. But you can see here, now that she's like completely in shadow, we still have these intrinsic qualities of her surface of her face there. We still have this temperature shift and that hue shift in color. It's still present, okay? So the material is still the same in shadow. Okay, we're separating those two things out. So next, there's certain light sources that I want to add to this, right? And we'll start with like a very diffused one. So there's this sort of top side light that is shining on her. There is a very sort of diffused, low intensity light source. Okay, and this is hitting her from above, side, highlighting basically her cheek, her hair a little bit, catches her nose. Okay, this is a linear dodge add layer that if I turn off, if I disable the layer mask, it's just filled, and this is on a normal layer, this kind of dark blue, right? So that's set to linear dodge add. Linear dodge add is a great layer to add light to stuff. And like I was saying, I'm masking it to get the shapes. So I can paint in the mask, and this means, for example, if like the client is like, yo, yeah, this soft light from the side, so like, can we have that hit her, from a slightly different angle? Like, I can just go to this mask, and I can paint into it to change where this light source is coming from, or the intensity of it. And again, that's separate from the surface. We're not messing with the surface, the textures of that. It's separate. And this makes it very quick to do that, make that change, change the intensity of it, and so on, change the shapes, etc. So again, saves you much less painting. This other light source I have is a kind of a red light from below. Again, on linear dodge add, very similar. Okay, and again, these are separate. So if I want to add to this, light in any way, I want it to hit her cheek a bit more or something. The client wants this kind of thing to go on. They want it more from below, let's say. Okay, I'm going to doing something like this, etc., etc. This is still not disrupting the surface underneath in any way. It's completely separate. So again, it enables us to edit things quickly, but also not to disrupt the surface, the texture of the surface, and its underlying like properties. And then on this one, there's several other lights, right? Let's see, this one, this very strong top light from the top. As you can see, 3 separate light sources that we're working with on here, but we still have like the makeup and how that's reacting with the light. We have the redness in the cheeks and the nose and so on, and those things are, you know, unaffected. We still see them within, but each light source is its own separate layer, and we're dealing with that and how it reflects differently on each surface just in the layer itself. So that's why we can turn these lights on and off, and the piece still holds up. If you're like painting surface and lights together, you don't have the ability to do this, and it also means you're going to start color picking at the edges here, and eventually you're going to muddy all of these colors up. So for me, later on, when I have sort of all of this stuff in, I can then flatten this down if I want to, or like paint over the top of it, and add other things in. But all of these things are still very much like editable. You know, if I had to go back and change this light source again, it's still something that I'm able to do, and I don't have to lock into it until much later. So just wanted to kind of show a little bit of what I mean by separating light from the surface, because I'm going to talk about it quite a bit today based on some of the submissions that I've got, because I do think that some of the issues that relief to see glowing eyes. Listen, dude, we must have glowing eyes, all right? Yeah, some of the issues that I see in not just the submissions today, but in general, is like people misunderstanding and mixing up like surface and lighting. And like at a certain point, like I said, I could flatten this down and then use all of the information here and just paint on top of it, okay? And that would still give it a very painterly style, and that's why I can go in and do all of these painterly marks and this kind of stuff on the skin. But the underlying setup is separated out, and that's going to stop it from getting muddy because I'm not doing it from the beginning. And it also means that I can treat each material separately within the light. Okay, this top light that hits everything, the way that I treat it on the skin is different to the way that I treat it on the metal, and therefore we get this, the intrinsic properties of each of these. Like the hair is somewhat more reflective than the skin, and the metal is really reflective. And then we have this like subsurface scattering going on within the jewel, But there's all of these different material properties that are able to happen because we're separating how the material reflects light from the surface of it and its textures. Very important. So yeah, we can come back to this. Like I said, yeah. Any questions about that so far? I know it's maybe a lot to take in, but we can get into it a little bit, back and forth. Now, one other thing is the person here yesterday that asked about the difference between fill and opacity. Is that person here? If not, I can always come back to it later. No, they're not. All right. Well, if they turn up later, I'll go into it. It's really very simple. I'll show you guys now. If that person turns up, I'll show it again. But someone asked, what's the difference between the fill and opacity sliders over here on the right? Do you still vary hue on the original painting without the lights, taking into account ambient light influence on shadows? Yeah, you can always go back to those underlying layers and add more later on if you wanted to. So all the makeup, everything is separate. So you can edit that at any point. If you wanted to make it darker, lighter, you decided that, yeah, you wanted to have the hue shift because of the light, you can go back and mess around with that stuff because it's all separate. Anyway, so opacity and fill. You might be like, yeah, what is the difference? Because I can't see one. So fill, for example, if I turn the fill down on this square, you see it just fades out until it's gone, right? And then on opacity, I do the same. And you're like, wow, yeah, it's doing the exact same. Like, what is the difference? There is no difference between these if there is no effects on the layer. So if you're just painting on a layer, like blah, 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 the fill and opacity will do the exact same thing. There's no change to this, right? However, when it comes in is when there's an effect on the layer. So, for example, I have painted this blue on the layer here, right? Blah, 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 blah. If I double click on this layer, okay, and open up these layer styles panel, and for example, I've clicked on bevel and emboss here, okay, and I click OK. So I'll turn that on. So I've got my bevel and emboss on the layer, okay. If I use opacity now, it's going to function how we know that it functions previously. I need coffee. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. It's going to function how we just saw it happen with the square, right? However, if I use fill now, what this is going to do is turn down the opacity of the brush stroke, the fill, but it's not going to change the effect, the bevel and emboss. So I can get rid of essentially the fill, the thing that is being used to create the effect, but keep the effect itself. So like if I then paint into this, I'm painting into it with the blue, it's now just giving me the bevel and emboss effect. You know, I'm on 0 fill, but it's not affecting the bevel and emboss itself. And if I turn the fill back up, you'll see this blue come back. Okay, so this is the only way that they're any different from each other. The fill will change the fill of the layer and not the effect applied to the layer. And the opacity is just changing the opacity of the entire layer. But if there isn't an effect on the layer, then they're functionally doing the same thing. So that's that. Oh wait, could this be used to draw patterns engravings on metal? Yeah, absolutely. You know, you could do this. Just grab like a sharper brush or something. Let's see, something like this. Yeah, you know, you could do stuff like this, and this would give you a nice like starting point for, you know, an engraving into something. You could sharpen these edges out with the eraser. Let's do it. You know, something like this. You could also, if I open the layer styles thing up and you go on bevel and emboss, you know, you can change the depth, if you like, of this. So I could turn the size like down so it becomes sharper. You could soften that out even further, or you can make that nice and crisp. You can change this so you can have like chisel hard, and it's going to give you this very hard edge. Chisel soft, it's taking the texture of the brush into account. So good way to get like ground textures. For example, you could use a textured brush and get something like this, and then you can let's say distort that. You know, like this, and get a pretty convincing ground texture for something. But yeah, play around with it. It's pretty interesting. It's a nice starting point for stuff like this, but to be honest, doing something like this when you have like an engraving, I'd be kind of careful about it, because it does look very sort of digital in a way, and I would still paint over the top of this on a new layer, and sort of, you know, get something a bit more unique feeling, because it does very much look like the style of it, but it's certainly a good starting point for stuff. But yeah, that is functionally the difference between opacity and fill in this particular circumstance. Otherwise they function the same. So yeah, I think it's more interesting to create sort of like ground textures and stuff that you could then warp. And I think it could work for stuff like props and so on. So but yeah, if that person turns up at some point, I'll quickly go over this again. But alrighty, so let's get into the critiques. I'll quickly show you everything that we've got. Just gonna move this out the way. Okay, so we have this image from my mentor Discord. So we're going to take a look at this one first. And we also have this one, which we're going to take a look at. Then we have these two. Well, these are like two different versions of an image to look at. Really cool. We have this one. Notebook is not going to survive this stream to 30 minutes in an already filled page. Well, don't worry, because obviously you can watch these back. That will be on YouTube afterwards. So yeah, don't worry if you missed anything. It will be there. And also, any of the paintovers that I do for these, I will save them as a PSD and I will send them to you afterwards. So you will have what I've done over the top. So yeah, so we have this one, really cool. We have this one, which is going to be very, very good because I've got some top tips for painting lightning, and also can help with the rendering here as well. We have this one, which we'll get to a bit later. That's why it's in the list, because Lieutenant Danny because of time difference, will be here later. So as I said, I'd do this one later. Oh, that's yesterday's. We do not need that. And then, yeah, lastly, we have this one. So we're going to take a look at all of these. But yeah, the whole reason I was talking about the materials thing is like this one, this one, this one, this one, and to a certain degree, this one. They're all sort of mixing these two things together to a certain extent. And I think that's why it's like causing issues for some of them. But anyway, so this one is meant to be a kind of warehouse scene, and I believe that the let me just refresh my mind on the exact issues with it, but I believe it was to do with lighting. Currently working on this environment, still very much in the early stages, but I would like some feedback insofar as I really tackle this kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, so I think it's basically about lighting and how to kind of make it come across the way that it does. There's a image here that comes along with it, a reference image, which I think is pretty helpful. There's some things here that we can talk about. So there's this. I will say this about the critiques, right? What I will do is kind of critique the image on how it is currently presented, as in basically I will critique it with the intention that the current image has, but then I will also go into, if I was going to tackle this myself, what I would do and change. I realized that, for some artworks, something like this, for example, it's already somewhere into the image. And so for me to be like, yeah, actually I would do this a completely different way and do X, Y, Z and just leave it at that. While that is maybe helpful to hear, it's not exactly helpful for the person at this stage in the illustration. Obviously, like, take that as you will, but what I want to try and do is give you something that you can work with as it currently looks, things that you can do to paint over it to kind of make it better. But also I will then give you if I was doing this, or if I was starting this from scratch, this is what I would do, and explain that, because I think both things are helpful for you, but not necessarily both things are relevant to, or both things are going to be what you're going to do, right? So there's no point me being like, yeah, actually what I would do is do this completely differently, and it doesn't really help you with the artwork itself. So what I want to try and do is give you something for the future, or if you were in the frame of mind where you're like, actually I could redo this myself, then that's going to be helpful. But if not, you're just like, okay, these are some things that I can do to make this better now, and then carry on. So yeah, with this one, we have this very handy reference. I think there's a lot we can learn from the reference that is going to help us here. But in terms of, and I can sort of show you how we might go about doing that kind of lighting in here. What I am kind of noticing though, and this is one of those things that I don't necessarily think is like something that you maybe want to fix right now, but just a note for the future, is that we just follow a couple of lines here, because I have a bit of a hunch. Fuck's sake, come on. So I'm just using the straight line tool here to essentially follow some of these edges. Yeah, okay. And this is just me building up an idea of the perspective here. And yeah, this is where Um, I could see something was a little bit off here, and I'm just using these lines to check that. But essentially, the perspective is off, and that's why I have this feeling that the image feels a little bit wonky, like a little bit like there are things that don't quite match up. I'll talk about this in a sec. Okay. So I'm just using some of the main lines in the illustration, the edges here, like the edge of these things, right? To basically reverse engineer where the horizon line is and the perspective of the piece overall, right? So I can use things like verticals in the piece to start building up an idea in my mind, like what is the perspective for the illustration, and where this sort of hunch that this is not quite right is coming from is that, like, these stairs, they appear to sort of, the angle of the stairs themselves, they all appear to be going to slightly different vanishing points horizontally. And then I start to notice things like the top surface of this, for example. And, the top surface of this is like that. But it's in the same orientation as the, the top of the stairs and the balustrade and stuff like that. So this to me feels a bit out. But anyway, my main issue here is that things are vanishing to this point, but the horizon line, so that means the horizon line for the piece should be here, but it's actually, lower than that. The horizon line, is always our eye level, right? If I stand up and look out the window, my eye level looking out the window, I will see the horizon, right? And if I go further down in my chair, the relative position of the horizon line changes with my eye line, right? And so if we have a floor plane in the illustration, and it's lower than the horizon line, we're saying there's a change of elevation in here, and it's just making me something's a bit off about this. Anyway, it's by the by. I think it's quite a minor thing overall in this particular illustration. I think for the most part, if you fix the stairs, and what I mean by that is, like, this stair is doing this. This one is doing this. This one, this. This one's like flat. These ones are kind of correct up here, but then they start to do this down here. See what I mean? If all of those were aligned, you'd probably get away with this, to be honest. But yeah, just a little thing about the perspective there. It does seem a little off. And I think it's affecting the scale of things as well. A sort of, if I think of an oil drum and a motorbike, like those things are relatively the same height. Okay. So the motorbike at this distance, it would be a lot bigger, for example. Like the motorbike at this plane that it's sitting on, it's going to be like this tall in here, if it's similar height to the drum. Little things like that, where it's just the scale of things at certain distances in the illustration seems really off from each other. And that's, yeah, it's making it difficult to read. Like, this tire is laying on the floor, okay, at near enough the same point in the illustration as the drum. If I think of a car tire and I think of an oil drum, like the size of the car tire is probably small enough that it would basically fit inside the oil drum, except at this point in the illustration, this maybe seems about this wide, and this oil drum seems quite small. It seems maybe that it's only going to be something like this. But they're at pretty much the same depth in the illustration, if I'm following the perspective of, you know, all of these horizontals, right? So there's just this scale issue going on in a lot of things here, which is throwing things off. And like the orientation of this, for example, seems off, and so on. So anyway, like I said, I think most of that is fairly minor and is easily changeable. You just, you know, scale this up, scale that down, etc., etc. But I think the main thing that we were talking about here was essentially lighting and how to apply a lighting in this. And I would say at the moment it is kind of diffused enough that you could almost think of this as just being the materials itself. Like I was saying in the description earlier, that separating out materials and surface color from lighting is going to be how you essentially going to do lighting, and separate these things out. And I think this is kind of matte enough in its finish, and the values are all very clustered together, you know, that I think we could still use this as kind of a base to apply lighting to. So how I'd go about doing this really, first of all, I would apply a multiply layer, something like this, and I would pick, you know, we've got this kind of skylight coming in here. This is kind of a cold warehouse. I would maybe pick some kind of desaturated kind of blue to be our shadow value in here. Something like this. And what I would do then is to try and like separate out certain areas. So we have the light coming through this back window, for example. So let's mask this. Because I think essentially what the problem is here is that we have just like a very ambient light source that doesn't appear to come from anywhere in particular. And I think that's why you're having issues with the lighting. It's because it's like, well, what's creating the light, and therefore what's in shadow, and what surfaces should be lit. And I think that's what's kind of causing the issue here. So if I put the whole image into shadow, and what I can start doing is like essentially defining planes that are being hit by the light. So, you know, you have this illustration here. The light comes in, we get these nice like light shafts coming down at a certain angle. I think we could do something quite nice in here. I'm going to sort of pick an area that should shine down into, but I think it would be quite nice if it was sort of coming out and into the illustration towards us, you know, like down like this, and highlighting sort of the tops of everything in the illustration, and maybe even creating like a nice shadow area. So let's think about this. So I'm just going to sort of pick how it's going to hit on the floor plane and not worry about the motorbike and stuff for now. And like in reality, right, these bars for the window would be very soft, and I will kind of soften these out in a second. When you have light coming through something like this, like the further away the surface is that light is hitting, the less defined these cast shadows will be. So for example, filter, blur, Gaussian blur. I'll blur this stuff out quite a bit. Sorry, do it just here. Okay, and then what I'm essentially going to do is like think about all of the surfaces that are in the way of the light and which surfaces are kind of facing towards it, and I'll just quickly sort of block those in. So this motorbike is blocking the light, everything on this side, you know, and it's also going to cast a shadow. The cast shadow for the motorbike would be harder, right, than the cast shadow that the window panes are making on the floor, because the motorbike occluding the light is closer to the floor, so therefore the shadow it's casting is much closer to the floor, and therefore it's much harder. There are things that dictate how sharp a cast shadow will be, and those things are distance of the occluded object, of the object occluding the light from a surface that it's casting the shadow on, and also the width and intensity and proximity of the light source itself. So if you have a light source that is like a tiny torch, right, and you hold it very close to something, you're going to get a very, very hard cast shadow on that, right? But if I take that torch and I move it really far away from the object, you're going to get very soft cast shadow, because the width of that light source is very small and it's very far away. But if I increase the width of that light source, okay, and it's still that same distance, those cast shadows are going to get harder, right? Because I've increased the width. So the area is bigger. But all of these variables work together. So like the sun on a really sunny day kind of acts like a spotlight, because it's insanely, insanely bright. But it's also really, really, really far away. And you have to take these things into account. So top of this bike, these top surfaces, these are going to get a bit of light from that. Let's see, maybe like here, bit of that, etc., etc. What else? We have like the surface that is facing away from us on this tire, so like a little bit of this, it's going to get light, something like this. We could put like a very small edge on this box, for example, just to give it a slight outline, pick it out. Similarly, like on here, we might get a little bit of this. This one, this corner just. These inside, well, these side surfaces of these, let's see a little bit of that. Less so as we're going from right to left, because they are then starting to become in front of us and block the light source. So on like this one and this one and this one, these ones are basically blocking the light source directly, right? These ones, we're starting to see more and more of the side surface of them. So we get a little bit of ambient light like this. But even these might be cut off a little bit because this window is only slightly higher than the balustrade, right? Anything to this side, you know, we might get a little bit of this on here, but if I'm thinking about, yeah, okay, it's coming in. this top surface. We wouldn't necessarily see this top surface getting hit by light, but you could put a very thin line there just to sort of separate it out, and so on. Yeah, this light is only hitting the bottom of this and the things in the way, so that's that. Okay, now, so this would be sort of directly how that lighting's coming in, okay? But we can add a little bit more kind of atmospherics to this, and bloom and separation to sort of open up the space a bit and bring back some of that color. You can do this all on this layer if you want. I'll do it on here just to kind of show you. But essentially, all of this kind of stuff that is very much in the foreground. We can leave in darkness. But in the rest of the image here, I might want to sort of take a big soft brush and in this mask still introduce, come on now, bring back a little bit of the light in the room, a little bit like this. Let's bring back a little bit of that color. It's still like bouncing around. And then, for example, might want to bring some of that back even more, etc. So we've got a bit more sort of ambient lighting coming back in, like, and this is where we could go on a different layer here. Do something like color dodge and get a bit of that sort of subsurface going on with some of these window panes, so that they're different colors. Let's see, this one's more green, for example. This one was more blue. You have the sun behind the window, you know, maybe it's like right there, etc. So it's giving us like a nice bit of like color that comes through, a nice bit of bloom. And we can use this if I pick out some of these. Oh, this would be a good place to do select color range. Select that gray area, done. And I'm just painting some of that kind of bloom from the window up behind there. You see what we're doing here, introducing a bit of this. This coloring would make its way down here subtly into the lighting. We can use the mask for that. Just erase it. So got a little bit of that going on. And you could use this color dodge layer to, like, you know, pick out any sort of metallic surfaces a bit more that are catching that light. You see here the lighting, right, is separate from the matte surface textures. We're essentially using this as it currently is to just be like the matte unlit textures of everything, and then we're adding lighting in separately. No, a little bit of this. Okay. And like, yeah, you might subtly want to get a little bit of material quality going in these, but there's going to be some ambient light bouncing around the room, just not a lot. But you might just want to put a little bit of interest in something like this. Other things that you could do, let's say it's kind of quite dusty in here, like It's not so much in this illustration, but it's quite sort of dusty in here. We could add a little bit of that atmospherics into the room, which would help separate things out. So I'd do that on a lighten layer. And what's great about lighten is that I can essentially push back any details in the illustration that are not of a certain value. So let's say you see these darks here, right? They're this value, right? They're quite dark. They're just above black, right? If on a lighten layer, if I take, let's say, let's just, for instance, I take this green, right? And I make this like this value. Anything that's darker than this value in the illustration will now become this color when I paint it. So for example, if I paint it here, you see how anything darker than that value becomes that value. But if I paint over the light source, see how that doesn't change, right? And so if I paint here, all those values are darker, so they change, but these don't, okay? If I paint over the bike, it's just going to be those highlights that stay there because they're lighter than this value. If I then make this darker, but it's still, you see what I mean? It's now readjusting the values. And then if I was to like pick this black, for example, and paint it, it's making everything that is darker than that. So this comes back. Do you see what it's doing? And this is a really good way to add like bloom and atmospherics to things, because you can basically eliminate parts of the value range. So if I want this window to have a bit more bloom, if I pick this window color itself and just paint in, you see how it's changing the value of this bridge, because essentially it will change it all the way up to this. So it changes the value of anything that is darker than the color that you pick. So if I want to sort of shroud this area in a bit of, maybe it's kind of dusty in here, an old warehouse, and this light's coming in and it's just like a really dusty atmosphere, I can get this effect by, let's like select out this area. This is why I use the pen tool, because I can't fucking draw. Fuck you. Language, sorry. I'm gonna use the pen tool. Okay, we'll just do it up here. Yo, Asta, what's going on? So I'm on a lighten layer here. I've selected this like dark area in the background, and I want to sort of introduce a little bit of atmospherics and give the impression that it's kind of a dusty place or an old place, and still separate out certain things. So I can use lighten here to basically bring up the value of the darkest areas to a certain value, and you see how that here is giving the effect of light coming into an old dusty room. Yo, Asta, what's up? Yeah, sorry, I started with yours just because I had a lot of other ones to get through, and yeah, but I will give you obviously the PSD for this, and you've got the VOD for this that will explain basically how we got up to this point. I'm going to go on to your other piece with the cleaner next as well, so you can see that from the beginning. But yeah, hope you're good. We love a lighten layer. Lightens your best friend. It does what it says on the tin. It lightens. So for example, I could introduce a bit more of this like bloom over here. What's great about it too is that essentially you can knock out certain details that you actually don't really need to paint into anymore. Like these guys, I'll show you. You just make these dark. You wouldn't even need to do much with those. And so I'm using the light in here to just knock back the value of certain things, separate out the illustration and just open it up a little bit. You know, you might even be able to like cheekily do something like this. It's not strictly correct here, but you could do something like that if you wanted to. The VODs have been my best friend. Yeah, so essentially, right, this is where I'd be going with this. To introduce lighting on top of this and save yourself a lot of rendering as well. Because this kind of light, when you're looking into a light source, essentially, everything else basically becomes a silhouette because it's blocking the light source at various angles. So like everything under here is pretty much, like, it's like directly underneath the light. If you look into a light and there's something like directly underneath it, all of these details just disappear down here. So you actually can save yourself a lot of time. And this is just layers on top. I wouldn't even change stuff in the painting. I did mention a little bit about some perspective stuff, like the scale of certain things, but I think you can mostly get away with that stuff. I won't be super bothered by it. So yeah, what I would do with these dudes here, actually, we might be able to get these like this. Yeah, cool. Select color range. Boom. Boom. And then just 86, anything else from this selection that we don't need. Photoshop. Okay, so we got the selection of those. I'm just going to hide that selection, Control H. It's still selected, but they're just hidden from view. Let's take that sort of darker greeny yellow. Whoa. Multiply. Yeah. Those can basically be like that. You wouldn't really even need to detail those out much more. And like what you could do, yeah, the perspectives was one of my main gripes, especially with all the ironworks. Next one, I'll just make a 3D scene and go from there. Yeah, this would be the perfect thing to make a very basic block model for and just go from there. Yeah, but anyway, as it currently is, if you didn't change the perspective at all, because I don't think I would at this point, you could just go into it with this kind of, with these layers on top, you know, set it up this way and then just go back to painting on top of it. And essentially that would be the lighting. I've had the lighting here come in like this, right? And even what I've done isn't strictly correct, but it's correct enough that it's passable, right? But I've got this, you know, light coming in down like this. But let's say you wanted it to pick up like a bit more of the car and stuff. You could like switch the sun over to this side and have this light, you know, coming in like a bit more like this, right? And then you could catch like the top of the top of the drapery, the top of the boxes, you know, a little bit more of the tire, well, like this inner rim, this side, etc. You know, you could choose how that works, but I just chose this because I thought this was a nice scenario where we have the cast shadow and the difference between why this would be a hard shadow and this would be a soft shadow, etc., etc. But yeah, you can save yourself a ton of rendering by basically looking into a light source because it just renders everything as a silhouette and makes the values close up. So you don't really need to touch much of this in terms of detail. And you don't really need to go too much into this either because it's under the light source. So yeah, you're really just playing with silhouettes and how the light sort of handles everything at this point. And this would look quite nice as well. You have this guy hanging down in front. This kind of looks a bit ominous, bit cool narratively. You could have like, I've got a brush. I've got a brush for this. Guys, I got a brush. Boom. Chains. Chains in front of this on the walkway. Looks cool. Stuff that sort of hangs in front of your light. Very nice. And yeah, I mean, you could also go in and finish it up with a few little... What have I got here? Where's my boy? And I just erase some of these back, but basically, ooh, bit of dust motes in the air. Etc. But anyway, I think as far as that goes, that one's probably... Oh gee, so let me just quickly save this out. Sorry, just have to go on camera mode so you can't see all my NDA stuff. Astor Warehouse. All right. Astor, that's saved. I will send this to you after stream along with the VOD. So let's take a look at the next piece that you submitted. But really nice. I think this one you can definitely go forward with that. Forehead HD. Yeah, exactly. So next we have this is Astor again. And yeah, you might be thinking, what Discord are these from? Because these aren't in the Discord that I'm in. The main Discord that I have for the stream is called Heath's House. And that is, yeah, the sort of mainstream Discord. But I also have a Discord which is called Heath's Lab, which is a mentoring Discord. And so some of these images are from that, and these are from people that I have met in person at certain events. And I'm sort of running a bit of an experiment right now to see in what capacity I can offer mentoring out to a number of people at the same time. And Heath's Lab is that experiment. And yeah, depending on kind of how that goes, it might be something that I sort of roll out in a capacity that I can offer it to more people and so on in the future. But for right now, it is currently a private Discord with like 10 people in it. Heath's Lab. So if you're like, where are these coming from? These are coming from the lab. All right. So I think on here you had said, I think similarly it's with the lighting, correct? Like you want the lighting from above. You want a light setup from above, and is a bit flat and could be improved. Yeah. So I think the thing that I go over at the very beginning of this stream about separating surface from lighting, I think is something that would really benefit you in the beginning to do, to set up your light sources, because I tend to see in your pictures that at a certain point the lighting, you're painting the surface textures and the lighting kind of at the same time, and this sort of makes the light on the picture become very ambiguous as to the direction that it's coming from. We have like lots of light within shadows. We have forms that kind of are lit from several different directions, but appearing to be from one light source because of the color. And we have sort of lights hitting surfaces that we wouldn't actually see them hitting, and so on. And I think if you can kind of separate surface from lighting and really think about the direction that a light is coming from, you actually get a much stronger impression of that light source from the beginning, and then it's then something you could work on top of and paint into. So in a similar way, what I would do here is start off by throwing this all into shadow. And let's see, like street lights usually have that kind of warm lamp kind of feel. So let's drop this into shadow here. And time to do directional lighting studies. Yeah, and separate your lights from your surface. Like, have separate layers for your lights. And don't paint surface details and lights together. Paint surface details separately and then add lighting to them. And then once you have that lighting on there and you're happy with the direction that it's coming from, then you can paint on top of everything. But I think what you're doing is you're doing those two things right at the start together, and therefore texture and light become mixed together, and at a certain point they become inseparable and you can't change one without the other. And that's, I think, where the light source becomes very ambiguous in the end, because you're mixing the two. So let's see. I'm going to do something similar here, where we start off by putting a multiply layer down, and then cutting back out of that multiply layer, I'm going to sort of cut the lighting out. And this way I can sort of show you how we can, I guess, rejig the values of what you've got and make it work again. So this is going to look a bit strange at the start, but trust me. The other thing in here, when you have multiple light sources in a scene, okay, in an illustration, and they do this, when they light things for movies and such, you need to decide initially what light source is your strongest light source, your key light in the scene, and then subordinate every other light source in that scene to that light. So, for example, the brake lights in this illustration, because we are basically, the camera is where the light source is, right? Somewhat. Any light that we see outside of that, e.g. the brake lights, are going to have a very small influence on the scene. We're going to see mostly the influence of the key light on the scene itself, and everything else would become a lot more subordinate to that. In this way, essentially killing those other light sources. So we can still kind of be a little bit unrealistic with the light sources and make the brake light have some presence in the image, but we can't have it kind of take over the image and sort of influence things that it otherwise wouldn't. Red light is not very strong, right? And so that's why they use it in the military, like military torches are all red bulbs, for example, because you don't see it over that great a distance. So you can still like use a red torch at night to like look at a map or like figure out, whatever you need to in the dark. And it's not going to show up like miles and miles away like a white light torch would. So it becomes like a very, very weak light source. Especially if we're looking at something that's being lit with like this very bright white sort of street light, right? The red light is just going to get swallowed up by that. And the light fall off would be pretty intense as well. Okay, so I'm just doing this like real harsh right now, just to sort of give you an idea of what this light kind of sees. Because I think that's another issue as well, is that the light source tends to like touch things that it wouldn't and illuminate them. And I think that's also why some of the lighting in these illustrations becomes kind of ambiguous as to where it's coming from, because it starts touching surfaces that it wouldn't. So we've got to be quite strict about surfaces that, which way a surface is facing, and like therefore manage the intensity of the light source according to that. We need to understand like which way, where the light's coming from, where it's pointing from, and then what it can see from that area, because light travels in straight lines, right? So I think what we start to see in this image and some of the other images that I have like here today is that light is bending around corners quite a bit and lighting things that it wouldn't necessarily light. And this becomes kind of why the lighting seems very global. So I'm having the lighting like come from above her, right, shining down. So there are certain like planes that are going to cast a shadow. Let's quickly look at this. Okay, light source coming down like this, right? So anything, you know, this plane is facing directly up at the light source, but like this, facing that way, you know, these are all facing up, so they get light. But like on the finger, for example, this plane faces up towards the light. This plane of the finger faces this way. This one, this way, this one, this way, etc. So they are in the light, but essentially the brightest point on them is going to be like this. And like these surfaces face upwards between the knuckles, for example. Like this surface faces upwards, etc. But we've got to be quite strict about where these surfaces face. And that's why the value drops off, because they're turned away from the light source to a certain degree. So they get less light. Her arm, going to cast a shadow on her chest, right? It's facing upwards, it's occluding light, and so on. That's why these surfaces here, like around her breast and the front of her stomach, like these surfaces face this way. So if the light is coming down from the top, these don't get any light, okay? Now, here, like this, so this surface comes around, then goes down, and then maybe the shirt is coming back out a little bit, right? So this starts to face upwards again, a little bit. Not like fully like the arm, but it is starting to face up. So this catches a little bit of light. This arm casts a shadow down here. This surface appears to be sort of bending back up towards the light a little bit, so this catches some light. Her legs, completely underneath her, right? These forms, underneath her, underneath the jacket, no light. Similarly here, underneath the jacket, right, going downwards, no light. So it starts to look a little bit of something like this in terms of the lighting here. Now let's kind of expand the light from this light, because it's not just hitting her, right? It's going to hit a bit of the car, it's going to hit the ground a little bit, and that kind of a thing. So let's do something like this for now, because I want to include a little bit of the bag in the light, because like you said, it's part of her kind of character, her narrative. She's the sort of like cleaner for the mob, you know, like the wolf from Pulp Fiction, I think you said. So the bag, I think, you know, her bag of tricks is kind of important. It needs to at least be part of the narrative read, would be my assumption. So we're going to have the light catch a little bit of it. And we also want to catch the arm hanging out the boot of the car a little bit. Again, same narrative like purpose here. So want the light to include a little bit of that. So I'm just going to bring back a little bit of the lighting down here. So that it's gonna give us our silhouette, and it's gonna light a little bit of these. But what I'm then gonna do is use the brake light to kind of light the arm a little bit more, and sort of give us that thing that we need to read, that kind of point of interest. And I'll go back in and do all the cast shadows in a second, but essentially, this bumper's metal. Ooh, what the fuck's happened there? This bumper's metal catches a bit of light here. This dude, upward facing surface. These surfaces face a little bit away from the light source, so they get a little bit darker. Okay, they're facing completely away. Like this. There's going to be a cast shadow under the car. Okay, this hand, maybe also casting a slight shadow. There's going to be a cast shadow under this bag. And the side of the bag, like this, is also going to be in shadow because it's not facing upwards. Okay. So we get a little bit of that. Okay, and we can use the brake light to pick out a little bit of the bag as well, which will be, again, just give us a little bit of a second read on it, but it's not like taking over from her. And then she's also going to have a cast shadow, right? And it's going to be like somewhat underneath her because the light's above her. But we could do something like this, right? And this could still be a little lighter than her so that we don't lose her silhouette, but it should be there. Something like this. And then let's say brake light, do it on color dodge, turn off transparency, shapes layer. Let's get a bit of a red going on here. And it's kind of nice. They're kind of like the sort of, they do look a little bit like evil eyes, which I think is kind of helpful. So let's get that bit of softness on those. Like I said, the intensity of these would get absolutely killed by this white light. So what we're doing is we're like amping them up a little bit, but they wouldn't be like super intrusive, and they certainly wouldn't be like affecting her all the way up here like this. So what I'll do here is a bit of this same red, get that on the arm, get the reflection of it in the bumper, a little bit like that, and then we want a little bit of it on the bag, on the metal parts of this. Just specular light picks out the bag a little bit there. Now we can do a few more things here. One would be to essentially introduce a little bit more value separation between like her and the car, so that we have a bit more of her silhouette. And you can probably guess how we're gonna do this. We can use lighting to introduce some atmospherics into this. The brake lights can diffuse a little bit into the air, give us a nice sort of diffusion thing going on. And then okay, invert the selection, so I've got everything behind her. And I'll go lighten. Okay. So I'm just lightening those darker values. No, a little bit of this bleeding over. We can do something like this, a little bit behind. Just diffusing those colors in a little bit so that we have her silhouette back a little bit, like this. Also on the color dodge layer, just wanted to... the reflection of this main street lamp would appear in this as well. And it would be much stronger than that. So let's knock back that red a little bit. Okay, and so on. We would get nice juicy highlight in the eyes from that light source, etc. But yeah, essentially I would go a little more something like this. So here, like the light sources are kind of hitting all sorts of things, and we have a bit of like confusion between the form and the light source itself, and it just makes these things seem a little bit harder to come across. But then something like this, now the direction of the light is really clear. You know, could have a little bit of specular on these gloves to show that they are like rubber gloves. We're paying a bit more attention to what the light can see. Light travels in straight lines, you know, so we can work out kind of what the light can see from a certain angle. As long as we're like pretty strict to that, the lighting will make sense. You don't even have to get it like exactly right. It's just adhering to that logic. You can mostly figure out what's going on, and so on and so forth. So there we go. We'll do a quick back and forth. 1, 2. All right. I hope that helps. Again, let me just put you on forehead cam while I save it out. Asta the cleaner. And let's put that in stream studies. Amazing. Thank you for the paintovers. Going to be working on what you pointed out here so I can improve my next few pieces. Nice one. Yeah, really, really cool stuff, honestly. And yeah, you can paint on top of what you have to achieve these things. I have a question about the material and lighting separation workflow. If you try multiple grayscale thumbnails first, they might have inherent lighting, so then you have to paint over the top of the chosen one. Do you then have to manually separate it out again, or should the thumbnails have been painted in this layered way already? Yeah, I paint my thumbnails layered like that already, and I use my thumbnails directly. That way my process is really, really quick. The sketch that I show the client is the same sketch that I will then like neaten up and add color to, and it's the same layers that I will then take to the final render. There isn't a part of the process that isn't just additive to what I'm doing. I never have to like show a thumbnail and then go back and repaint something and then to get it into color. I can turn my files from black and white into color directly using the same layers. So for example, I can bring up this image that I had at the very beginning very quickly. Okay. So on this one, here, if this was in black and white, like this, I still separate all of these things, all these lights out on separate layers. They'd just be in black and white. And then at the time it comes to colorize everything, I can just go into this layer that's black and white and go here and hit colorize and just make it the color that I want it, you know, and go from there. And that's how I would turn like the black and white version of this into the color version of this. And I do that from the start. There isn't a separate process for making thumbnails for me that is different from the rest of things. Quickly, just to show you. So these are some thumbnails I did for Mobile Legends, a splash artwork, right? These are layered. So there's the line work for the character. There are the flats, so the flat values for each parts of the outfit for the character. And then the lighting is on its own layer. And all of these are set up that way. So if they want to see this in color, for example, I can just colorize all of these layers as is, and they're going to see the exact same illustration, but in color. So for example, let me show you. The colors of the outfit, the colors of the makeup, all of that stuff is on its own layer, and the lighting is separate. So for this one, I just shift the colors, okay, from, you know, pink in this one to orange in this one, and I shift the shadow in the background, and so on and so forth. It's all the same. And then when it comes to rendering this, like I literally just take this, like let's say it's this one, I literally just take this one and I go first of all underneath and like paint, you know, the makeup and all of that kind of stuff, and the underlying textures for all of these. And then I go into my lighting layers and I add, you know, all the material specular qualities that different materials have, and then we move on from there. So like eventually this one eventually ended up becoming this, but it's all still layered. Like in the Photoshop file for this one, because it gets animated, everything is painted behind as well. So this hair is painted behind this arm, for example. This arm is painted like into the glove. Anything that has jewelry and stuff in front of it is painted. Her head is painted without the hair so that this fringe can move. The eyes are painted behind this so that she can blink. You know, all of these things that overlap are painted behind. Her body is painted behind the belts, for example. Everything is done like that. The bookcase is painted behind her head. Where all these bookcases are overlapping are all painted, etc. Because this was going to be animated, like parallax. So, but yeah, the exact same. It's the exact same file as these. It doesn't change from one to the other. So like this drawing is the same drawing and flats that are on here, and then these flats are the same drawing and flats that are in here, and I just work it up from the bottom like that. And it's very efficient and quick way of working, which also means once the Lieutenant Danny, what's up? It also means that what I show the client in the beginning looks like what they're going to get at the end, which is very important. If they approve the sketch and then you have to go back and do the sketch because it's all kind of not in perspective and like a bit wonky, or maybe the limbs are too long or whatever, and then you add lighting to it, but you had to go back and change that because it was all a bit, and do you see what I mean? Eventually that sketch that they approved isn't what they get in the end, and you might have corrected things, but the thing is that they saw a certain thing that they approved and they liked the way that it looked, and then you went and changed it all because it wasn't correct in the beginning. So if you send thumbnails that are as much as you can see to be like correct to the intention that you wanted to show in terms of the lighting, the proportions, the pose, etc., then there's no reason for you not to work within the same file and take that all the way through to the end, because you're much better going to have something that was approved taken all the way forward. And that's why you need a process like that. You can't just approach like every image is like, well, I'm just fucking painting now and go through it like that. It's not a very like professional way to work, and you're going to spend double as long painting everything, but you're not going to be able to make changes to things very easily either. So it's better to have a process for those things, especially for commercial work. Right, give me 1 sec. I'm just going to flick the kettle on, and then we'll get back into some more paintovers. And don't worry, I will get to all of the ones that have been submitted, even if the stream goes longer today. I will do all of them. No one who submitted will miss out. Unfortunately, not taking like any more submissions up to this point, but we have everything. No, it looks like I don't have any more anyway. But everything that was submitted before the stream started, we are going to get onto. And yes, Lieutenant Danny, I left yours for later because you weren't going to be here, so yours is here. So don't worry, you haven't missed it. All right, give me 2 seconds. Let me just get the kettle on, make myself another coffee, and we'll carry on. All right. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. So while the kettle's on, we have this one up next from Jewel. And yeah, it's there's these two versions with the placement of the birds. And yeah, essentially the narrative here, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe even want to post it in the chat for people while I quickly make a coffee, what the narrative essentially is. But it is... Well, yeah, you can say. I can just read it out. Where is it? Okay, the idea was that two cockatoo harpies and their flock have stolen some mango from some mango farmers. And this is part of creating an illustrated collection based on fables from my heritage. All right, then. So we'll get into this. I'll be back 1 sec. Okay, coffee acquired. We're back. It's one of those It's one of those like talk for 5 hours streams, and then I'll absolutely die when I get home. Afternoon nap is for certain today. Believe that. Okay, so with this image, as with all of these, what I will do, and I'll just kind of reiterate that, is that I will critique the illustration in its current state, as in like things that you can do currently within the illustration to improve it. But then I'll also give you a bit of a, if I was going to do this my way, kind of this is what I would do, to be helpful, like that. But for some illustrations, obviously we could design them from the beginning, right, from the ground up, and it would change so much about it that I don't think it's necessarily like super helpful for you to just only hear that. But instead, it's a bit more, I can help you in its current state. Now, there is, and I can get a little bit into like the posing and the foreshortening here. I think there's a few things that we can fix. But I think in general, the setup of this image, this portion of the image, including the background, it all works pretty well already, right? I think there is some stuff with the foreshortening and the pose that we can get into that are fairly minor fixes in that sense. But in terms of the composition and like the setup for the image, like both of these work really quite nicely, right? And I think either of these compositions could work, but I guess my main problem with this here is that we have this section down here, which is very, very busy, and I know why you're doing this, but I think it is overcomplicating the narrative, and it starts to make it a little bit, to me at least, ambiguous or confusing to work out. Okay, and I don't think there's anything wrong with having like a little sort of vignette in the illustration that adds extra information to the narrative. But I like to try and think of narratives in illustrations in this way, that the simpler they are, the simpler the presentation of the narrative, the quicker the viewer is going to understand it, and therefore the more memorable the experience is going to be, because they looked at it, they got it, and then they just get to appreciate the painting. If you have someone looking at a painting and they have to stare at it for a little while and start to piece together bits that are going on, you run the risk of them not understanding what they were meant to understand, and also dwelling too long on things that aren't necessarily important. And there's maybe something that we can do here to simplify this idea a little bit more. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. There's maybe something that we can do to simplify this a little bit more, and just make this a bit more about an interaction. So out of the two versions of this, for me, this version actually starts to address things a little clearer for me than this one. Firstly, she appears to be looking at this bird right now, and I think that works really nicely. And I think we can actually 86 this other like fairy in the background. Let me sort of do a few things quickly here, and then I'll talk about how I'm viewing this and how we can sort of simplify this narrative a bit. Because I don't think the inclusion of this other lady in here is really gonna help us in any way. She's not doing anything that this bird and this lady aren't already doing for the narrative, and she's just adding complication to the piece. And I think we can tell this story a bit simpler, right? So let me do a few things here. These little background dudes, love these guys, and they're going to be important for this kind of retelling of the narrative here. So let me just get rid of them. Whoa, get rid of them. And then okay. Okay, so this would be my idea to kind of simplify the narrative down a little bit and make the journey of understanding for the viewer a little bit simpler, and therefore easier to grasp initially, and therefore making the piece a bit more memorable. And then we can get into like the pose and so on. So in this interaction, okay, the first thing we come across is the lady, right? The harpy here. We read from left to right, okay? If there's a human face in an image and it has, you know, a decent amount of contrast around it, 9 times out of 10, that is where we are going to look first in the illustration. And because we're reading this left to right, we're hitting this face immediately, right? And that's brilliant. So once we've hit her, we look at 2 things, right? Firstly, we take into account that she's looking this direction, or like slightly back or across from her, right? We also can see that she's holding the mango in her hand. So that's 2 pieces of information, 2 reads, right? We've arrived here first. We have her eyes going this way, and we have something that she's holding. So already we're starting to build up like narrative ideas, right? So we see that she's holding this, and we see that she's looking at this bird, right? Now, we can tell from her design, you know, the feathers, the wings, etc., that there is a connection between like her and the bird. Their design is very similar. So we can understand like, okay, maybe she's like the leader, or, you know, of this. Narratively, we're building up these ideas, right? We see also here that bird is holding mango, same as lady, okay? So now we've got 2 things in the illustration that are connected because of the line of sight and the fact that they're doing the same thing together, right? So this is important. Then what we look at is we've got the bird, but we notice here that there are like 2 other birds that are, you know, in a line of action coming towards us in this direction. And what are both of those doing? Holding mangoes, right? So then we have the tree, and we're going to have some visible mangoes in it here, okay? And then we have one farmer, very animated pose, being like WTF down here, right? And so essentially what we've created is like one direction that the viewer is entering the image from, following context clues, that then goes all the way down to here where we get the payoff, right? We're getting clues all the way along. Okay, this lady has mango, looking at this bird has mango, who's being followed by other birds that have mangoes. The trees have mangoes on, and this dude's upset. Boom, we get the narrative. They've stolen the mangoes from this guy, okay? And we've simplified this story down into a visual path. And this is what narrative composition is all about, is have mango will travel. Yeah. This is what narrative illustration is all about. It is making a composition that tells the story to the viewer from start to finish in a logical way, right? It is a sequence of events, okay? If that sequence of events becomes too disparate, or there are too many smaller things that we need to understand about it, or the way that they're placed in the illustration does not have an idea of flow and time happening, then it becomes very difficult for us to understand, right? And that's where the viewer can be like, wait, what the fuck is going on? What we essentially have here is the sequence of events from the start to the finish played out by every actor in the scene, okay? So like 10 seconds ago or less, 5 seconds ago, this lady was essentially this bird, right? She swooped in, she grabbed a mango, and then she carried on flying up this way, okay? So we essentially have the time lapse of the entire narrative being played out in front of us by the separate actors in the scene. You know, this bird becomes this bird, becomes this bird, right? In the same way that this lady was basically here being this bird, here being this bird, and now is here. You know, this happened, and they're all coming from this point, right? So we see this dude, you know, he's angry. What's he angry at? Well, we know because we can see every person has a mango. The tree has mangoes. We can start to then put this story together, right? And that's why I think this one is better than this one, right? Because in this one, she appears to be looking like in front where that bird was. So she's not looking back here, which is kind of confusing. This lady's not flying. She's sort of hovering like here, kind of looking back this way maybe. I don't know. She's not drawn out, so we don't know. But she's hovering here, so she's doing something different. She's not moving away from this. And these birds aren't either carrying a mango or appear to be part of the story in any way. So we just have things out, and we've got two farmers, and both of their poses are like pretty ambiguous. This guy, acting wise, is maybe just sort of standing there, like hands on thing, like looking up. And this dude, I don't know what this guy's up to. Okay, it's a child maybe, I'm not sure. But so ambiguous as to what they're doing, ambiguous as to what she's doing. They're not doing anything that's part of the narrative. We don't have any mangoes here, so it just becomes a little bit confusing, the story. Whereas as a base, like I said, this one, with the inclusion of, you know, the stuff that I had added, them holding mangoes, the placement of these birds, etc., the more outrageous pose that this guy's in that's very recognizable, we start to build up a sequence of events, and that's really what narrative illustration is all about, right? So in that sense, deeply appreciate this already. This all makes a lot of sense. Confusing storytelling is definitely a common pitfall for me, but this breakdown is very clear on how to tackle this. Yeah, think of it a bit like this. If I have someone running, okay, like this, okay, and then in the next frame, that person running is like this, and then in the next frame is like this, okay? This is a sequence of events, 1, 2, 3. Okay, if I want to show like a group of people running away from something, okay, I would want to show essentially all of those parts of the running sequence being acted out by the three people that I have in my scene. So I'd have like one guy like this at the front, and I might have the guy next to him, and he's doing this second pose here, right? And this guy's here, blah, 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 whatever. That guy's doing the second pose, and then this guy's doing the third pose over here. That is going to have a lot more kind of movement and narrative to it, because I'm showing each part of the sequence that one person's doing over three people. So we're getting three different movements, three different parts of the sequence happening in one illustration. Otherwise, because I could just do everyone in this guy's pose, right? Three people running, they're all doing that, and it would look really stiff and weird for some reason because they're all doing the exact same thing. So it's like showing the sequence of events and separating that out across the people that you have in the illustration helps to give movement and like expression to what's happening. And it's the same in the narrative, right? If you broke your narrative down into like tree with mangoes, then tree with mangoes and bird steals mango, and then bird flying away with mango, you're showing all of these separate parts of the story from start to finish in the illustration. And that's how you convey the narrative. Break it down into the sequence and then try and show all of those separate parts of the sequence happening in different ways. On a side note, have you considered breaking this info into short format that can be uploaded to YouTube or TikTok? I think it would do so well. Yeah, it is something I'm considering, going back through some of the streams and like editing out certain things, editing out clips and so on. Obviously, it takes time, and I can video edit, so that's not the issue. But it's more like, you know, I'd have to sit down for some hours and go back through them, scrub through them, take some notes, etc., etc. And it's something I plan to do, but it's kind of boring, so I've avoided it up until now. So anyway, that's with the narrative here, right, on this illustration. And like I said, these are minimal changes that I've made to that, but I really think they are going to go a long way into selling the story here. Now, the only other thing that I had with this, well, kind of two things. I think the background, you know, we're looking basically into a sunset. We can simplify down the background massively, and really like the only detail should be here. I think a lot of this stuff, just because of the nature of like looking into a sunset, we can simplify these down into just shapes and values. Like we take the bloom and the sky back here, basically just turn all of that stuff into silhouettes. These ones in the foreground here can get a little bit darker because the light's behind them. Right. Come on, mate. Very educational so far. Thanks for doing all this. No problem. Honestly, this is one of my favorite things to do is kind of look at work and try and figure out what the issues people are having and then how to solve them. Is essentially, that's my job. As an art director, that is most of the admin side of being an art director is doing this with work, and obviously I do really enjoy that side of things. It also really helps me to figure things out as well, because I look at an image like this and I'm like, if I was trying to tell this story, like, how am I doing it? What's important to me about it, and how can I simplify that? I think I mentioned that in Inception, in the film Inception, when they're trying to figure out how to implant the idea into Cillian Murphy's head, and what's his name? One of the characters, can't remember who plays him now. Name's on the tip of my tongue. Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy's character basically says, planting an idea in someone's head is very hard. What you need to do is distill the idea down to its simplest form, right? And that way it will stick. And that kind of stuck with me, because that was what I was always trying to convey about narrative in illustrations, but didn't really have a kind of succinct way of saying it. So when I heard that, I was like, that's it. It is distilling the narrative down into its simplest idea and then showing that, and only that. So if you've got like 4 things that need to be understood, and like you have to look at this guy's reaction to this guy who's looking at that guy to get it, then it isn't simple enough. The idea needs to be simplified. So you either need to take people out of the illustration, you need to limit the amount of interactions that are happening, or you need to distill the base idea of what it is you're trying to convey into a sequence like this, and then show the sequence happening. Heath Academy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you love the idea of having a clear setup, journey, and payoff within the image. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what movies do, right? But they're moving pictures. So that's the story. It makes sense, right? But this is one frame of a movie that you're showing. And so you don't have the luxury of having, 24 frames a second to tell the story. You've just got one picture to do it. So within that picture, you need to show the sequence of events that have happened to get to the payoff. And if you can do that in a clever way, and you can do that in a sequence, you will find that as the viewer is picking up the clues in the order that you've left them, when they get to the payoff, it's like, boom, dopamine release. That person is like, yes, I get it. I get the image. And that is a really nice feeling with an illustration, to sort of follow the sequence and then be like, oh yeah, I totally get what's happening. And then you get to go around and just enjoy the way it's painted and enjoy the image with that in mind. It's much nicer that way around than like looking at it, being like, I don't know what's going on. And then like you just start looking at the way things are painted and you're like, oh, that's kind of nice. Like, that's kind of nice. And then maybe it will click, or you're like, I think I get it. But you don't have that aha moment and therefore the illustration just isn't as readable. Anyway, so with the background here, I think, like I said, you can simplify a lot of this down. I would just look up references for sunset. Essentially, all of this stuff can be very simplified. Just make sure that the light is coming in from the right direction, and you can simplify all of this down. You could still, in effect, just have very simple coloring on this dude. Like, just have his outfit colors, and then how the light's hitting him. He doesn't need to be super complicated. Just make sure he's readable and he's backlit. But like, honestly, you could just have the local colors of his outfit. Let's just say he's wearing green, right? He's wearing this kind of outfit down here. He really would not need to be that detailed at all. Think about how I did the witch yesterday in the illustration, where she's basically a silhouette, right? This guy is going to be essentially that. You can give him a bit of like local coloring. I'm just picking random colors here, but he's got red pants on. Okay. You could do something like this, where he's just got a little bit of local coloring, and then just have the sun kind of basically rim light him in such a way as to essentially pop his silhouette out. You know, you have a nice shadow on the floor, etc. Wouldn't overcomplicate what's going on there at all. Just make sure that he's really readable, you know, the grass around him, etc. He only needs to be understood as his pose, right? His pose just needs to give off the impression that, oh, this guy's waving a stick. He looks pissed off. That's all his function is in the illustration, is to be like pissed off guy, so that we get what's happening narrative wise. These mangoes, they need to be obvious in here. I think to a certain extent, a little bit back here too, you know, maybe even some down here. Just mangoes everywhere. All right, but this guy, very simple execution. The tree, again, like you just need bit of like leaves catching the sunlight. Same on this one, but this can just be a silhouette. This can get a little bit of like local coloring of some of the leaves, just to give it a little bit more interest to make it stand out from the rest of them. But again, doesn't really need to be super detailed. Something like this. The rest of it can be a silhouette. Like, I don't know what mango trees look like, so forgive me. I mean, they even try to do what you were talking about when they were blocking certain shots. Yeah, exactly. So tree, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, mango. Here. Just make all this really obvious. And the lighting. Lovely backlight coming through the feathers. Really illuminates it. You know, give this guy a bit of juice. So on and so forth. Yeah, and then obviously mango here. Nice and obvious. Etc. etc. Love this part of the background. Beautiful. So just keep the rest of it simple. The rest of the background simple. Like, don't overcomplicate it. Don't over texture it. Just, you know, take into account that we're looking into like the morning sun or whatever, and just keep it all as silhouettes. The only bit that needs to be understood is this. Okay. So then with her pose, right? The foreshortening of this. This is something I just wanted to mention. So let's flatten this and then we can move on. I think here you're basically, and this happens with foreshortening, it's like people get a bit anxious about foreshortening. So you've kind of tapered it down to make it smaller as it gets further away from us. But we're actually still seeing the entire length of the leg unforeshortened. We're just kind of tapering it as if it was. And so it just now looks like a really, really long, thin leg going at the wrong angle. Well, we can solve that. I'll show you. Hey, yo. Sorry, I can't really pronounce the name. Hi, WDen. Thank you for the follow. Gruesome Tales. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so thus far, you're kind of following me with the pose. Everything's like pretty much all right. Okay. But then this leg, essentially it's going back behind her, right? So it gets super foreshortened. And it's helpful to draw like contour lines on these things. But it's basically going to start looking something a bit more like this. Going back in space. And then obviously you can have that, the cloth wrapping around however you want. Probably have it point into the birds a little bit, so we follow this line, and then it's like, oh, we're hitting the birds, we're pointing at them instead of like blocking them off. Point at them. It's okay, no one can pronounce it. All right, nice. So here with the leg, okay, basically, if we think about the leg as like two cylinders, okay, and the knee as a box in here. What you had is basically what I've got here. This orientation of the leg. Okay, we're still seeing like the entire length of it, both sides. So here, your knee was here. We're still seeing like this length and this length. Okay, but what's really happening is that's going back and away from us. So now this cylinder starts to look something like this. The box for the knee sticks out from that, and then the cylinder for the bottom half of the leg is like this, and then the foot, because it's going away and down from us, and each form that is in front of the other occludes the one behind it. So that's why the foot only sticks out, because this form is in front of it, and then the knee sticks out, so this form is in front of the cylinder, and so on. So each subsequent form, as we get further away, is occluding the view of the one behind it. So they're just getting more and more concentrated. So like her hips would come down like this. This would be the angle for the back of the knee. This would be the front of the thigh. And then we have the knee here facing down. And then we have the calf that is behind this. Okay, and we'd see like the ankle maybe a tiny bit like this. And then the foot comes off the side. Like that. it's going backwards in space and it's very foreshortened. Therefore, its entire length would appear much shorter than the leg would appear, because it is going so deep back in space. See what I mean? This is how that foreshortening should work, not like this, where we have essentially all we've done to say that this is going back in space is taper it. But we're still seeing the entire length of it, and nothing is occluding what's in front of it. So essentially, you've given her a leg that is like 8 foot long and really thin, okay? Instead of a leg that is, 3 foot long, and put behind her. So it really is a case of thinking about those forms in 3D and making sure that each subsequent form is occluding the thing that's behind it. We see less of it as it recedes back because those surfaces are turned away from us and things occlude the thing that's in front. Like if I put my hand into the camera like this, okay, let's move this microphone up and out of the way and do this, okay? Okay, full length of my arm, okay? All the way here. Now, if I push this into the camera, right? Do you see how my forearm here hides my bicep here? There is a point at which I can put my pen behind my forearm, okay? Because this bulge here is occluding this behind it. So you don't see the connection here that you see. You see? Everything occludes the thing. So there's a point on my wrist that I can touch where you can't see my pen touching my wrist. Okay, you can see it. You can see it here, right? But if I turn this in front, you see you can't see that point. You can see the point of my pen there, but then there is a point where it disappears behind the form that's occluding it. So this is the same here. It hides. And if I, did this with my hand, for example, this part you can't see because my hand bulges out and occludes this part of my wrist, and so on and so forth. So that's not what you're not doing on the illustration with the pose. And that's why it looks very strange. You're not actually foreshortening anything. Whereas this, yeah, it looks very strange, right? But that's what foreshortening does. Like if my finger is this long, right? If I put it in towards the camera, how long is my finger now? Like this length. Yeah, let's look at that length. Now look how long my finger is. It's like this, right? It was this, now it's this. Because it's turned into you. It shortens, hence foreshortening. It shortens as it turns into you. So, and each of these, you see this like top section, middle section, bottom section. You see how they get shorter and shorter? Okay? This bottom section is now tiny. This middle section is a bit larger, and this front section is a bit longer, right? Because they're going into you. If I was to like draw lines on these, you would see those lines get closer together exponentially, right? The longer it goes. So when you're foreshortening, if the thing that you foreshortened is still as long as it was when it was unforeshortened, you haven't foreshortened it, okay? Things get shorter as you foreshorten them. So that's how I can tell just by looking at it that this leg was wrong, because it's like nothing's occluding anything, and I'm still seeing the full length of it, okay? So that would just be like my minor thing with the pose here, is that I would essentially do something like this. And then, sorry, I'll have to move on after this one, just so that we can get through everything. But it's okay. Like I see this stuff all the time with foreshortening. I think it's just a I think it just comes down to sort of the anxiety of it, to be fair, because people are like, wait, it seems so short, like it doesn't seem right. Legs are long. This leg isn't long, but that's foreshortening, and you just got to get comfortable with it. You got to look at it in real life, like just pose in front of a mirror as best you can and try and understand these things. But I see this all the time. People kind of just get very nervous about the foreshortening, and then they don't foreshorten. They just, oh shit, yeah, sorry. So I was just making the leg like this, basically. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The demo with the pen too is very insightful. I've had a problem with noticing landmarks when foreshortening, but this clicks. Yeah, it's do I have a pen here? One second. Right, I'm just going to color in my finger real quick. Fuck. Oh, these pens are fucked. Okay, back to the finger. Back to Heath Cam with finger. Here we go. So I've put 3 lines on my finger that are the same distance apart, right? But near enough. I've got 3 sections that are pretty much the same length, right? We can agree on that. Now, look what happens to those 3 sections, right? Now, so you can see that this section closest to me is much shorter than this one going forward, which is much shorter than this one at the front. And they go like shortest, middle shortest, longest, right? As we go like this. You see that? That's foreshortening. Even though they are the same length when you see them flat, as they foreshorten away from you, they exponentially get shorter. So like this is like 2/3 of its original length. And again, this is like 2/3 of that. And again, this is like 2/3 of that going away. So that they are the same distance apart when it's flat. Do you see this? This is the other mistake I see with foreshortenings. People foreshorten things and they're like, oh, this is 1/3, this is 1/3, this is 1/3. So when I see it foreshortened, that should also be the case. That's not what happens. It exponentially appears shorter as it's going further back. So it's not going to be split equally in 3. It's going to be shorter at each section the further away it gets. Which I think is something that people often miss out on as well. But that's a very simple way of looking at it. And you just do it yourself in the mirror. You know, if you don't believe me, get wrecked, I guess. But do it yourself and you will see. And you'll be like, oh, right. I get it. If you get those 2 things, though, that forms in front of other forms occlude the form that's behind them, and they exponentially get shorter, that's foreshortening. And then you understand it, and you can do it from that point. Yeah, do it yourself. Like, draw these lines, look in the mirror, like, do it. Once that clicks in your mind, you'll be like, oh, damn. All right, I understand. And that is that is foreshortening in a nutshell. If you understand those principles about it, you can foreshorten anything. So with the arm here, this is the last thing I'll do on this. And this music's a bit intense for me right now. It's kind of amping me up in a way that's like not nice. I feel like I'm telling people off, right? So here, the deltoid comes out a little bit more. So it starts to occlude a little bit of the arm below. So we get something like this. And then the elbow occludes a bit of the forearm. And the forearm will come out something like this. And then we have like the hand, the top plane of it coming out. Thumb, whatever. Going on like this. There is a point here where there are overlaps. So there is a point at which the deltoid overlaps the tricep, right? And the tricep appears to disappear behind the deltoid. Similarly, at the elbow, you know, the tricep comes down, inserts back there, and the forearm and the elbow will disappear behind here. Similarly, you got the bicep here, like inserts there, it comes out something like this. This part of the forearm will disappear behind this insertion. And then again, there will be a point at which the wrist is occluding the hand at that. So the foreshortened arm starts to become a little something like this, where all of the overlaps are going in this direction. This form disappears behind this form. This form disappears behind this form, going up. See what I mean? Anyway. That's all you really need to understand about foreshortening is those things. And I think I've harped on about that long enough. So quickly, I will go back to the camera just so that I can save this for you. But sick image. Like I think you intuitively set up the narrative really well in the beginning. And it just needed a bit of help to organize the sequence. Dual paintover mango. Yeah, you just needed a bit of help to sort of sequence it, but otherwise, lovely illustration. And don't overcomplicate the background. All right, lads. Let's get it. Next one. No worries. I'll send you the PSD. All right. So let's have a look. What we got left? We got this one, and this one. Like I said, I will continue to go on longer than I would normally on the stream. We've still got an hour and a half, but if it looks like I'm going to go over an hour and a half, I'll just go over an hour and a half, and so that we can get to all of the ones that were submitted, because I don't want anyone missing out. And I do like to yap. I'm a bit of a yapper. Okay, so we got this one. This is the next one. This is from Sarah. The narrative here, he's like a proud warrior. He's kind of like a meerkat / bear / humanoid kind of character. I believe you said it was for your mother's book, which is cool. Very nice. Oh, shit. Hang on. I just splashed Huel over everything. One sec. Got Huel all over my tablet and mouse. 1 second. Not sponsored, by the way. This would happen. This wouldn't happen if I was sponsored. All right. Yeah, Danny, sure. I'll do you next. Okay. No worries. I mean, I think yours is pretty quick anyway. The question you had was just about um, atmospheric perspective at night, which, yeah, is pretty simple answer, really. So it won't take that long. So I'll do you next after this one. Also, I don't know if the person is here from yesterday who asked about fill and opacity and what's the difference. I did go over it at the beginning, but if you are here in person, let me know and I'll go over it for you live. Okay. So let's get into it. So I think for me, the main thing that I would be like looking at in this one in its current state would be a little bit the sort of the facial expression and the sort of slight posing of the head to better convey this like strong character that you wanted to convey. But then I think for the most part it is really about material rendering, and that's where again I would sort of for future illustrations point you in the direction of trying to, at least in the beginning, separate material from lighting so that you're not painting both together, because I feel like, and maybe you feel the same here, but the difference between like the fur, the cloth, the metal, the gold is pretty negligible, as in like all the materials kind of feel the same, you know, they all have a very similar like surface finish, and they all seem to reflect the light in a very similar way. Like we go pretty much to white here, and the metal's doing the same, and the gold has got this very bright value too, and so on. There isn't really like a much differentiation between the materials, and so I think separating those things out. Okay. You're very happy to restart it. Okay, well, we can sort of take it in that sense. Pose-wise, you know, I think it's mostly there with the pose, but I feel like if we just adjusted the center line and this sort of perception of how he's standing in space, we would actually get something that feels a bit more strong and proud without actually really changing the pose. I think the angle of the shield and the angle of his arm, to me, if I like just kind of cut this bit out of the illustration for now. If I just cut that bit of the illustration out for now, he's feels like pretty good in terms of that sort of standing there pose. I have some critique on how we could change this a little bit to help, but really it's this arm, the orientation of it, and therefore the orientation of the shield, which start to feel a bit awkward, and it takes away from like the strength of the character because he's doing something awkward. And like, you know, if you're meant to be like this strong, sturdy character, but your pose is doing something awkward, then it kind of hits at the confidence, the perception of the confidence of the character, because it's like, oh, it's just awkward, you know? So, in terms of the posing here, what I would propose is something like this. with the head, I would angle this a little bit so that we are basically seeing him a little bit from the underside, and he's sort of cocked his head over to the side a little bit and almost like looking out through the bottom of his eyes a bit more. In this way, he's got his chin up. Like if I was standing there, you know, proud, strong character, I wouldn't be stood there with like essentially a very neutral face. He kind of just looks like a meerkat looking in the distance, right? This face alone doesn't like fill me with like confidence about the character and his person. It's just, he seems a little bit middle distancing. He's just staring, right? It doesn't necessarily convey this like strong and confident character, which you had said he was in the notes, right? So I'd be looking at doing something a little more like this, where I'm seeing him a little bit more from below. You know, something like this. You know, pulling his neck a bit out of his collar. You know, he's looking forward, but like out. Don't want to make him cross, but you know, essentially he seems proud, like he's just holding his head up. That's basically it. You know, he's a bit more confident in that manner, and he's not so like sunken into his collar where it feels like his collar's taken over his head. He's above it. He's like, he's up there. Now he doesn't have to like have much of a facial expression or anything like that, but it's just more, you know, think about being confident. You wouldn't just like neutral face, middle distance into the background, just like, you know, you'd be stood there like giving it some attitude. And now this sort of goes into how the rest of his pose should be. Okay. I would bring his center line out a bit more, like chest center line a bit out like this. Okay. And I think you're pretty much there with the orientation of the legs, right? But I would really lean into this idea that just drawing and thinking at the same time. I'd bring the legs slightly further apart and really pull the center lines of everything out this direction a bit more. And this would basically give him a much more sturdy and like proud appearance overall. And I think you're mostly there. Like this left side of him is pretty good. I would slightly alter the orientation of the feet, pull them slightly more underneath him so that these center lines, which I'll do in red, can really be like pulled out. And this just gives him a much more like chest out kind of, you know, more imposing, but not necessarily scary. He's just a very confident dude. So mostly use what you have in the bottom half. I would just move these things over a little bit, and so on. Now with this arm, you want him holding the shield, right? But I would have something like this. have that arm a little bit foreshortened into us. And then the top of the shield, you know, if we think about his hand holding it in here, have that shield like this. Basically occlude pretty much all of his hand and the center line of it out here. And then the back half of it goes up and around this way, like that. So that red jewel is here. And we're seeing the other side of it here, but foreshortened away from us. And his hand would be, you know, behind it as I'm showing, but out like this. So he just feels very, very sturdy, very confident, like that, which would put the perspective of him on the ground a little bit more like this. So that's just with the posing, right? And like I said, most of it's there. It's just, you could, I'll show you. Duplicate this. You know, I would just grab, say something like this. As a starting point. If you were going to use the same render, and just pull out the center lines a little bit more, and then obviously like fix them in the render. So make sure that this half occludes the other half. We're not going to see around this corner too much, so you know, this thing would stick out, etc. etc. all like this. But yeah, essentially that's how we go around that. And this would be my suggestions, right, for altering that pose, just to make him feel a bit more, yeah. And you were pretty much there. Then with materials itself, right? For these materials, I would honestly do separate studies. You know, get a photo of a meerkat, do a little study of the head, find some photo reference for parts of that armor that are in the same lighting setup that you have. Try and find like armor in daylight, for example, and look for something of the sort of material quality that you imagine it should be, because you could I could take this as like chrome with like super reflective, basically a mirror. I could take this as like something that's really quite scratched and beaten up, so it's again completely different metal material quality, etc., or sort of anywhere in between those. So you need to find like what it is the material is that you're trying to come across, and find as close as you can the exact reference that you need for this. And I would do a study of it, even just one piece of the armor, but just to sort kind of figure out how to paint it. Because for example, maybe, and the impression I get like this kind of looks like a sort of, it could be sort of a ceramic-y or kind of mother of pearl kind of thing, because it's got all these like nice hue variations in it, and it has this kind of like milky whiteness to it. You know, it's hard to actually tell what the material is meant to be, and I think a study would really alleviate the issue. You could find the exact thing that you want it to be, and then copy that like in there. I would personally avoid turning this into a very highly reflective metal, like, you know, approaching something like chrome, because the reflections through these forms that would be produced on something like Chrome would be pretty mind-bending to get correct. And I think I would struggle to make that up as well. I would struggle to make up what those materials would look like if it was basically a mirror finish, and do it in a way that would look good as well. C Spuddish, thank you for the follow. Also, things like gold. Gold is quite a weird one. Gold is quite reflective, right? And it takes on the color of the lighting and the environment around it. So in a lot of circumstances, gold doesn't really ever look like gold, like the color gold. It looks like everything else around it. Like, my ring is gold, right? And it's reflecting the ceiling here. This is the ring light directly reflected. This is the reflection of like my laptop. And then this is bounce light from my finger. And as you can see, the only bit that really appears kind of gold is like this little bit up here. Otherwise, the rest of it is kind of a slightly yellow reflection of everything that's around it. So it's kind of a weird material in that way. It never really sort of actually fully looks gold. So in this circumstance, like this gold here is going to be very much influenced by the sky and the environment that he's in, and therefore finding a reference of like gold under a blue sky, or like if you can find a gold armor with gold trim or a weapon with gold trim, something like that, is going to be very helpful, because most of it won't really look gold. It will just kind of tinge everything it's reflecting with the sort of a yellowy gold color, but it's going to be reflecting the blue of the sky, which is going to appear kind of gray, because if you think about gold, it's sort of yellow, right? And the sky's blue, so those two things, they're opposite each other on the color wheel pretty much. So it actually just desaturates the gold quite a bit. It's very weird material. So yeah, in that sense, you know, I could paint over some of these materials and give you a kind of a rough idea of how some of that would look. But I think the most helpful thing really is going to be figuring out with reference what the actual material is that you want to paint, doing a study of that and giving yourself a kind of a shorthand on how to go about it, and then coming back into this and sort of thinking through which way these surfaces are facing, and then trying to basically paint how that's working within these. Yeah, because I mean, otherwise I'd be making it up as well. And I could choose a kind of metal that this would be and paint a little bit of that, and sort of talk about it. But if it's not the same metal that you're thinking it's going to be, I don't know really how useful that is at this point. Yeah, I did say that I was going to show you a little bit about how to do this kind of thing, the material with a pattern, and just to show you a little bit of this. This is something I love doing, and I sort of developed a little bit of a process for it. But as you can see, let me pull up one of these. It is something that I do quite a bit, or have done quite a bit, and is one of my favorite things to paint. Yeah, here's a great example. Okay, you see? Pattern in the material. We have like a slightly more matte material, and then it has like a slightly more sort of like shiny embroidery in it. And similarly in the shirt here, we have something else going on like that. And even a little bit in here. It's honestly like one of my favorite things to do in a painting because it's so effective. And yeah, it just looks really, really nice, basically. So I can show you how to do this, the process by which we can do that. So I can show you that. So let's see. We have Lieutenant Danny, time check, please. I don't want to. How long have you got? An hour, all good, safe, G. All right then. Okay, so I'm just painting a material here. I'll just do this really quick. Some kind of drapery. Okay, draped over a ball or something, a floating ball. I'll just paint this really quick. Yeah. The sword is actually sculpted as ZBrush and then painted over to the metal reflect on the latest from ZBrush in it. There you go. There you go. Okay, so sorry. For this to work, we need like a material that's already kind of painted. So this is just a very shitty drapery, right? A ball with drapery over it. Okay, it's not particularly it doesn't really matter, but we just need some form. So next is what I'll do is I'd get a pattern. So let's type in floral vector pattern, and I will pick something. Okay, got me a floral vector pattern right here. Okay. And I want the pattern without the white, so I'm just going to do select, color range, click the white, click OK, click delete, see you later, click delete a few more times, see you later. And then I'm just going to select this as it was, and I'm just going to fill it with black so it's solid. Okay, boom. So let's say this pattern is like over this drapery like this. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to basically warp this pattern to the overall form. I don't need to warp it to the folds so much as just like the overall form of the whole drapery. So I'm going to sort of essentially match these edges up, something like this, right? I'm warping it onto here. Okay, I want it to foreshorten at this edge. So I'm pulling this line over here, straight up warping it, just warping it. Okay, and I want this to like foreshorten towards this edge a little bit. It's just warping it. Okay, boom, it's on here. Okay, and I'm clipping this layer into my stack of layers. So what this is giving me now is like the pattern kind of warped to the overall drapery. And I'm going to be using this layer as a selection only, right? So I'm going to select it by pressing Control and clicking the layer. And I'm just going to turn that layer off so I don't see the black anymore. And I'm just going to make a new layer onto this drapery. Okay. And then I'm going to hide the selection. So I'm going to press Control H, and that just hides it. The selection's still there, but it's just, now it's hidden. Okay. And I maybe put this on multiply. So what I'm going to do here is essentially paint back into this the pattern, but I'm going to do it kind of, and I'm not going to do it in black either because that's crazy. Do it in the okay, do it in this blue. So I'm doing here is I'm going to paint back that pattern in line with the forms that I'm seeing. So where it's getting completely into the light, where the light's hitting, I'm not going to really see. I don't want to paint, but where it goes like deep into the shadows, I'm going to paint, and then I'm sort of going to gradiate that out of the shadows, you know, like this. Then paint it softer, and then again harder. So I'm sort of revealing the pattern again as it's turning away from view or turning away from the lights, okay? And then I can even go a little bit darker here, like in this crease. Grab that pattern there, and here, for example, go a bit darker at the edge. This one at the edge here, a little bit darker. You can see I'm gradating it out of the shadows, and where the shadow is like really deep and like the fold goes over, then I make it a bit darker. Okay, and then I'm going to make a new layer, and this one I'm going to set to color dodge, and I'm going to turn off the transparency shapes, and I'm going to go in and do the opposite but from the light end. So like my light's hitting mostly at the top here, and then it kind of falls off as it goes down. So this part of the pattern really strong, and then it starts to like fall off a little bit down here like this. And do this. And I could even go in like with a bit of white, and like up here it's like really strong because that's where the light's hitting it and on the peak of the form. Okay, so this is part one, right? Using that selection to basically paint the shadow and the light of this. But as you can see, right, this, what we have here still looks kind of quite digital, quite sort of studied the blade for real. You guys are funny. You guys are very funny. So this only takes us so far because it looks like kind of quite digital. Okay. Can you do a quick resume? Join the stream a bit in the middle. Hey, the user, this stream will be available as soon as it's finished to watch on YouTube straight away afterwards. The link for that YouTube is on the About section of the Twitch page. There should be a link and it goes to a playlist. I will add this video to that playlist straight away afterwards, and that way you can watch it back and see the whole thing. Because, yeah, I don't want to go over like stuff of people have just seen. And therefore you can see it all from the start and everything else that was there. Okay, so yeah, this still looks kind of quite digitally, right? So what you can do is a few things. One of them is you can go back to this shape, okay? And you can start to mask this shape, at the edges, okay? And sort of cut back into it a little bit, you know, this kind of thing. And give it this kind of stitchy looking edge, right? So that it feels a bit more sort of stitched in, and therefore it won't be quite a clean selection. Or within these selections themselves, like if I select that again and hide it, where some of these threads are like facing the light more directly, I can make them pick up the light a bit more, you know, like this, and then that falls off, so like some of the edge of this would catch it, etc., you know, top edge, that kind of a thing. And you can paint within inside this selection to sort of give this material, you know, if this was like embroidered in, right? Like this, and have that fall off. And as long as you know, you can pay attention, you could have the stitching like follow the form as well, so it, you know, have rows of it. You see what I mean? You can embellish it however you like. But this, if you do this on this layer, and then you also go back to the shadow layer, and you can do the same, you know, for the darker side of things. Yeah, exactly. And this is kind of a visual illusion that you're seeing here because, right, the pattern is flat, okay? And then what we're actually doing is we're like painting it as if it's been warped. And because we're sort of painting that form on the inside of it, it looks near enough. It's not exactly, but it looks near enough like it is being warped by the bend of the material. And it's not. It's just, yeah, you've been psyoped into it. And yeah, this is how this is done. So I'm picking out different parts of it, and I also did it where the pattern itself is kind of a slightly more silky material, and between the pattern is a slightly bit more kind of matte material. So this looks like it has like shiny stitching in it, and that's what gives it this really nice like glossy kind of rich material kind of thing in here. And then you could actually, like, with a rake brush, where is he? Rakey Jake. You could go in with a kind of a rake brush. Like this, and put a bit of a rake pattern on the underlying fabric. See what I mean? Something like this. And then, as like a final thing, on some of these edges, you can just go in again with a brush. And if you need to, you can just sort of break out a little bit from some of these in your focal point, just to give it a little bit more detail. Pardon me. A bit more detail. Yeah, something like that. So, yeah. and at a certain point in time, I was doing this on everything. I was looking at an outfit on, on the splash art and being like, right. Right. This material is going to have this pattern. This material is going to have this pattern. This material is going to have this pattern. This one's going to be like this, blah, 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 and so on. And I was doing it loads at a certain point in time. But let me show you a few images where I've done it on different materials to sort of show you just the versatility of that effect. Because your boy did it all over the place. Okay, so you see here, similar, it's the same thing. I'm making it catch the various light sources, so imagine the inside of this pattern is slightly shinier than the outside. So you get this nice thing where it can reflect the light, and we get these like edges, you see it on the arm. And it's a similar thing with this like star dot pattern as well. It's catching the light within all of those, and it's just very, very nice. Gives the materials that like oomph. And it separates them out from just like, because this could just be black, right? This could just be blue, and this just could be white, and this could be gold. But now it's like, oh, this one has this ever so slight dot texture, which makes it feel a bit kind of more rubbery. Then this one feels like it's got like this sort of silkiness to it with a pattern. And then this one has like a, kind of like a sort of dance troupe kind of leotard glow to it with all of that. And it just elevates these materials a bit more. They're no longer just like materials of a flat color with a certain with a certain reflectivity. They've got these kind of qualities to it, and it just make things feel richer and nicer. And it's all done with that technique I just showed you. So that's on this one. Here you can see on his mask, we have that pattern. Again, it's just like the reflective light from his leg, from his fur, is reflecting that warm light. And it's like the pattern is slightly more reflective than the mask. So it just has this nice extra little bit of interest. And it's very low contrast. Like you barely see it when you're back here. But when you open up the image and you see it for real, you're like, oh, okay, nice. Nice little edge going on there. This scale pattern that is on him is like a flat pattern that I drew and then put that on here and then painted inside of it, and that's how I get this like looks like scales. This is actually the scales here is another technique I can show you, but I will show you that later because I do want to get onto Danny's thing before he has to go. Yeah, you could do it for scales. Basically, any pattern that is on a surface that I've painted has probably at some point been a flat texture of some kind that I've used as a selection to paint inside of or paint on the reverse of and done other things to it. This particular part here, this kind of edge, this coloring that you see is another trick I can show you. And it's very good for scales or anything like this that has a colorful outline. But yeah, this on his arm, if you imagine if I just drew with a flat brush this kind of pattern, right? So I just do this. Not following the forms or anything, right? That's what the important thing is. I'm just making this kind of pattern. Yeah, I make this pattern really big, right? I do this really, really big. But anyway, this is the pattern. And then I use that as a selection. I'm going to turn that off. And now I have that as a selection. This is the start of how I went about making this kind of scale thing that's on him. That's how that starts, right? And you can see. So then you can paint on the inside of that selection, and you can paint on the reverse of that selection. And there's all sorts of stuff you can do about it. You just get creative with it. You can see here, painting on the inside of it, dark, painting on the outside of it to put the highlight, painting behind it to have the form. Et voila. Scales, mate. But then you can do one thing extra. So here, what you're doing is you go, once you have something like this, right? We'll do it here. Once you have this, let me just select this, copy paste, boom, make it really big. Okay, so once I have that, if I go filter, filter gallery, and I go down to stylize, I click glowing edges. Okay, I can turn the edge width up, edge brightness, smoothness. Okay, I get something like this. Very nice. Okay. Oh, hang on. I should have duplicated this first. Let me duplicate that. So I've duplicated it. Filter gallery. Stylize. Play with the sliders. Find something you like. Something like this. Okay, I've got this. So, yeah. If I put this on screen, where is it? Screen. And I, make the blacks a bit blacker, make the whites a bit wider with the curves, and then maybe I turn the saturation of it up a little bit. Can you see? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. And that is what's happening here. And I just mask it a little bit in and out because I don't want it everywhere. I just want it where the light's hitting it, so I can mask this back. Yeah, like that. And that gives us that really sort of scaly looking thing. And that's, yeah, because obviously that painting this in of itself, quite difficult. Getting to a point where you just have darker and lighter bits and generally the scales, this kind of thing, not too difficult to paint, but it's getting that sort of chromaticness about it. You can just use that filter, mask it in and out where you need it, and you get that very nice effect. So that's mostly how the parts of his skin that are catching the light in places, that's how that worked. Yuffie Art, thank you for the follow. So that was it with him. And then on her, you see there is, again, a pattern in this material. There is a pattern in here that has a little bit of that scaly chromatic stuff going on. Then there's this pattern that is in the armor. You see here, you see it in the back arm. That again, there's a flat pattern to begin with. All of this stuff is done like that. And that's how you get these very rich looking materials, or like just nice quality about them, you know. Okay, so all that being said, I'll leave this in the file here for you, Sarah, and let me just put this on here. Save these out. Save this out for you. Boom, boom. And we're saved. Maybe my camera settings have disappeared. Come back. There we go. So let's go back to this. Thank you. Really inspiring. I'm going to do a lot of studies and tackle this piece again with a clear decision on the exact materials and lighting. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, honestly, do some studies. It will honestly unlock the answer for that really quickly. And by all means, post it again, and I'll help you again. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to use the bathroom, and then we'll get back to this one with Lieutenant Danny. And then afterwards, we will do this one and this one as well. So some exciting stuff to come as well. Be right back. All right, nice. I'm back. All right, we'll get into these. Thanks for sticking with it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the setup for this that you have already works pretty well, right? As in, I can tell what you're going for. With this, I think the only thing I will maybe consider is like the readability of the pose of this dude. It is, and we had the similar pose on here the other day, actually. Of this, but I feel like he's all happening on one plane. He's just sort of sticking out from the side a little bit. And I would maybe look to... I'm just trying to reason this in my mind right now. 1 second. Okay, this is how I could sort of see to sort of rationalize the pose a bit, so that he's actually sort of reaching forward in the direction that the horse is going. So it kind of feels like the motion is still happening towards the camera. Do you know what I mean? Because at the moment it feels like he's leaning off of the horse completely sideways, as if I was seeing it from the top like this. All right, this is the horse, tail here, head of horse, like this. It looks to me like in your pose that he's just leaning out like this way, completely. And his arm is going straight down under him, like this, right? Hey, Parky, thanks for the follow. And this is what makes it look really awkward, because the horse is traveling in this direction, and he's perpendicular to the horse. And so it just feels like he's making the horse tip over. Whereas what I'm proposing essentially is to angle him, and therefore his arm, into the direction of travel. So at least this motion is still ending up going in the same direction that he's going. And therefore we could put the shield like a bit further forward in space. Something like this. You know? And basically leverage the momentum in the image, because so like these lines that come out that are essentially giving us the perspective in the scene are going radiating outwards from, you know, the horizon line back here, but they're doing this in such a way that it helps the momentum in the piece, right? Because essentially we're seeing everything radiating out from this point. Except that in this one, he is perpendicular to this motion completely. So he feels very static in that. So if we can make his movement move in the same direction and radiate out in the same direction as the motion of everything else, you see, like arm coming forward, you know, these lines coming out and around. And this one being foreshortened back, obviously, but we're starting to create a little bit more like motion in the direction of travel, and this is basically just going to continue that momentum. That would be makes a lot more sense. It flows better with the leading lines. Yes, exactly. Whenever you're setting up a scene that has motion in it, especially if something is like running out or towards you, you want to try and have the pose and the foreshortening and the arrangement of things in the scene to convey that same sense of energy coming out from a certain point. If you cut across those lines, if you cut across these lines too much, all over the image, you're going to run into an issue where you are stopping the leading lines from radiating out, and that's going to slow the eye down. And if you have enough of it, you slow the eye down enough, you lose the momentum in the piece. So, this strong radiating lines coming out in this piece from our subject, you want as little things as possible that are going to cut this stuff off, cut these lines off. You can have stuff, right? But you want as little as possible in the way of these things, because they're going to limit the momentum. Okay. Like I said, you've already built up a very strong composition whereby, our main subject is on this third. Okay. It's also on the halfway line. So here is where our action's taking place. And then very nicely, this happens to be where the vanishing point exists in the scene. So now we have all of these lines that come back to this place pretty much as well. So it's really nice in that sense. The eye immediately goes to where it should, but then the lack of foreshortening and forward momentum in the pose of the guy himself is what then stops that momentum. And I think if you can think of it something a bit more like this, you will gain that momentum back from it. But otherwise, a really nice setup. I like it a lot. I like the perceived motion. The action is high stakes, my background was in photography, so that was on purpose. Glad it's working. No, it shows. Like I said, composition, great. Pose of the guy, let's change it. Similarly with the foreshortening in these, you could probably be a little bolder with that in the legs of the horse, for example. But otherwise, really nice in that sense. Now, your question about what's the word? Atmospheric perspective at night. Let's go into this. I'll just grab a couple of images. Okay, so atmospheric perspective in the day. I'll briefly go over this because I think it's important. You were saying that yes, as things get further away in the illustration, that they get lighter, right? The perception of the shadows becomes a lot lighter the further back you go, right? So here we've got almost very, very dark green, almost black, right? In the shadows of the grass up front. But then if we go for the shadows of the hill back there, it's getting a bit lighter. And then we got the shadows of the mountain back here, and it's even lighter, right? And if you were to look at this in black and white, it's getting lighter, okay? That is the assumption. But I think there is an important distinction to make here, because this is why you were thinking, oh, at nighttime, it can't get lighter as it goes back. Because if it's getting lighter and it's dark, then I'm just lightening things up and I'm introducing light into the scene. And I think it's a slight misunderstanding of this, because in daytime we see the value getting lighter. But if you think of it like this, the value of things, of shadows as they get further back, is going to become closer to the value of the sky, right? The sky itself. So it's not getting, it is getting lighter when you look at it purely on a value spectrum. But what is actually happening is that the things further and further away, the shadows are going to get closer and closer to the value of the sky, until something really, really, really far away, you'd only be able to see the light. And that's why, like, if you look up at the moon, for example, we only see the light side of it. You don't see the shadow side. It's far enough away that we're only now seeing the light. The value of the shadows has become that of the sky. And this happens at night, right? I was out in the street the other night after you asked it, because I was like, how do I answer this question? And I was looking down my street, and I was like, the same thing's happening. It's the value of the shadows is getting closer to the value and color of the sky at night. So I live in Hackney, right? Fairly built up area. Let me see if I can find a photograph. And it's difficult to show in a photo necessarily, because you can alter photos, right? City at night. But we can find something that will work here. Yeah, okay, this kind of works. Okay. Value of the sky here, right? Let's take the color out of it for now. Is this gray? Now, do you see these buildings here? These ones, the top of them is like here, right? Do you see how the value of their shadow and the value of the sky has now become exactly the same? And that this one is a bit closer to us, so it seems a bit darker, and this one's a bit darker, and this one's a bit darker. But they are getting lighter as they go back, but they're not going to get lighter than the value of the sky. And so basically, the further away it goes back, the closer it gets to the value and color of the sky itself. And this is exactly what's happening in daytime. But because we sort of tend to view it as like, oh, it's getting further away, it's getting lighter, we try and carry that same logic over to nighttime, and we're like, wait, it can't get lighter. But it can. It just can't exceed the value of the sky. And so if I turn this into color, for example, you see how basically any parts of the building that are in shadow that don't have any light, Talisine, thank you for the follow. Sorry, the image was in the way, I couldn't read it. So yeah, in this sense, this is the lightest value in the sky, and that is essentially what the things in the far background are going to become in the shadow themselves. They won't get lighter than that. They will just become that. And so all that's visible now is the lights of this building back here, and we sort of lose the edge of it completely. But then as we get a bit further forward, like this one, we get a bit of a darker value, and it gives us the edge. And then as these ones are getting closer to us, they're getting much, much darker again. And you see how that's working? So should the value of the sky in the background be lighter than the darkest value in the shadow of something in the foreground? This is where you sort of get into a position of like, if you had a camera lens, right? And you'll know this. coming from photography. Obviously, this is how our eyes work. If you had a camera and you'd taken this photo, like you could, have a certain, f-stop that basically would turn this entire background into black, right? You just wouldn't have any detail back here whatsoever. You would just see what the light's hitting. And therefore, past a certain point back, like everything is just going to become that black, right? Like outside of the lights, because that is what you've exposed for. You've exposed for a certain amount of light back there in the camera, and therefore values past a certain thing are just going to be black. And it's the same with our eyes, right? We if we look at the light, our eyes exposed for the lights, and all the shadows become very simple and flat. If we look into the shadows themselves and not directly at the lights, the opposite happens. The lights become blown out, and the shadows become more detailed. And so in your illustration, it's you need to make a decision really about what value range you're exposing for if it was a camera, and then altering the image to that end. So if you wanted to have, like this does, a lighter sky, this is like light pollution in the sky, right? If you wanted to have that kind of effect in your illustration, then you would have to lighten the sky up, but then make sure that these things further back become the value of the sky. Do you see what I mean? However, if you wanted to like expose for the lights more, then you would basically lose detail in the shadows, and past a certain point, all of this would just be black. And you wouldn't see any detail in it. Do you see what I mean? So it's really about deciding on the value range and what's important in the illustration and what you want to focus on. Like if you really just want to focus on what's up front and be very sort of graphic about it, then you could expose for the lights and basically kill a lot of the background and just have a very high contrast like that. Or you could do something like this, where you would have some amount of like this orange light from all the fire in the sky, and it would give you that kind of like warm kind of orangey glow, a sort of warm orangey brown back there. Like imagine this, but orangey, basically. It'd be a bit more like that, right? Where is it? This is such a horrendous photo. This kind of warm orange back here, and so on, and do it like that. That's really a decision, like for you with the piece. Like, what do you want? What's the look? Probably have to expose for the light, since it's a nature scene and the only light source is the braziers. Yeah, exactly. So then the background basically stays somewhat similar to what it is already, and these lights become much more prominent, and the lighting on these guys and the shadows that are being cast, etc. And yeah, then the background is very sort of simple at that point, and exposed for it. Problem is, yeah, don't do both. Lots of people would do they're like, oh, I want to see the sky and stuff, but I also want the lights. And that's when the image starts to fall apart, because you're kind of showing two things that you can't see usually. Either you see the lights and the shadows are simple, or you see detail in the shadows and the lights are therefore blown out and a lot more graphic. You can't have both of those and it look natural, because it's not how our eyes work, and it's not how a camera works. You could say, look at the give me one sec. Yeah. All right then. So there we go. That's that. Sorry. So let me save this out for you. Give me one sec. Camera time. Save this. Danny. Paint over. All right, G. That is saved. PSD winging its way to you after the stream. What I will do is I will make like a WeTransfer, and I will stick all of the paintovers on that, and I'll just drop the link. So as long as you download it within like 3 days, you can have that PSD, and yeah, I'll just group them all together like that. So there we go. Job's a good one. Next, this one. So the person asked for this with help on how to paint lightning, which lucky. I've got some sick tips on how to paint lightning. And also with the lighting and materials, so I can paint over that. If you guys just give me 1 second, I have got a text message that I have to reply to. So just give me 5 and then I'll get on to this one. Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, just popular guy, you know, just got text messages and stuff. All right, and I'm just gonna change the music because I'm kind of sick of violins right now. Okay, cool. No more violins. That's... Yes, it's Yae Miko from Genshin Impact. Indeed, indeed. So, lighting, materials. Let's go. I don't know if you were here at the very start when I was talking about separating materials from lighting, but this is like the perfect thing to show it on. So what I'm going to start with. Main focus of the piece is for me to learn new things, so I'm open to start over and incorporate your workflow. So I'm into big changes. Yeah, I'm actually like not going to have to change an awful lot. You can actually still use what you've got here. I'm just sort of going to kind of like reset the image and then show you kind of how to maybe apply the lighting from that point. And the effects, but because like I don't have the layers, obviously, I'll just have to sort of paint some stuff out briefly. But the image is in a point where you can almost use what you have as kind of basic flats. I'll show you what I mean. So let me just paint out like the lightning for now. Because I think what you have already, like pose-wise, and even the start of the materials and stuff is all really nice. Like I like it, but there is a sort of matte-ness to the whole thing, which I think we can address, and I can show you how we can add some really strong dynamic lighting to this in its current state, which is something that you'd be able to do on top of this. And obviously you'll have the layers that I give you, so you can kind of reverse engineer it from that. But a really nice start already. But in the same way that we were looking at Asta's warehouse earlier, and then Asta's character, you are basically painting the light onto the forms at the same time as like painting the local kind of coloring and texture changes of the forms as well. And what's happened is he's kind of lost the impression of the lighting and where it's coming from. And so the piece has generally this kind of quite matte finish to it, where like the gold isn't really that reflective and everything has a very similar finish to it overall. Like it just feels like a sort of a matte material. So what I'm essentially doing here is just painting out the lighting so that we just have materials, and then I will add the lighting back in, and then you'll see the difference. But it's really nice already. Like I really like the pose. I like what you're going for with the idea of the lighting and stuff. I'm just going to show you a way to sort of have more control over it, and also to sort of separate surface from lighting initially. At some point you have to merge the two things, right? At some point the surface and the lighting aren't separate from each other, right? But in the beginning it's handy to think of it that way, so that you have more control over the lights, but also so that you can paint the lights independently of the forms. Yes, you were here. Okay, awesome. Awesome. I feel like I'm absorbing premium knowledge. Yeah, merged it too soon. Yeah, probably. Okay. Now I can't like remove all of the lighting, but essentially I'm removing as much of it as I can see to, and then we'll go back and readdress it. But that should be enough as I look at it right now. And then in the background here, I'm also just going to remove the lightning for now. Actually, do I have a better way of doing this? Oh, sorry, itchy nose. I can send you a version. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's honestly quick enough for me to just paint it out. It's not an issue. It's not an issue. Okay, so then let's take this. Invert the selection. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Wait, copy, paste. Hello? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, sorry. Sorry for swearing. Okay. Okay, sorry. We're almost there. Copy, paste. Brilliant. Background. Filled. Okay, so we pretty much have her now with most of the lighting kind of painted out. Okay. And just sort of local coloring and local color changes happening on her. So, you know, she has like slightly redder cheeks, for example, but the only lighting that's still present is like under her hair here. Otherwise, everything else is just like flat, essentially, right? So, still paint out this light on her hair here. Boom. So this is how I would like kind of paint the image in the beginning, right? And these would just even be flat, completely flat colors, like all the hair, the same flat color value like this, no shading, right? Same with the skin, flat color. You could have like local hue changes, right? If it gets a bit more kind of redder around her nose, for example, you could have that kind of coloring. Like if it's a bit redder on her cheek, you can do that. You can paint her makeup on there, right? But what I would avoid is painting lighting. So you have to imagine what that surface looks like, completely devoid of any, but not any light, because then you wouldn't see it, but a really, really diffused light that is coming from all over, whereby there are no shadows. There is just local color changes on things, right? So the hair, for example, is just all flat, one color, the color of her hair. You know, if her hair changes color, like let's say it gets bluer towards the tips, you can do that, but otherwise no lighting should be applied to anything. And so the image wouldn't look too dissimilar from what it looks like now, you know. If we can understand that as like a first stage. And in this way, you know, the image, it's quite flat, right? Obviously. But the surfaces are all their local colors. And that works pretty well. So then what we do is we're going to add lighting to this. So in this case, if everything is the kind of local color under diffused light, then the first thing we do is add a shadow. Okay. And I would usually choose something in the shadow in this instance, which is going to sort of make her shadows, the value of the shadows on her, basically so that we can lose some edges. So now, like you see here, the hair and the background, if I turn this black and white, they're the same value, right? They're the same gray. And this way we can lose edges into the shadow. And it's quite nice. So I usually would like pick something like the value of the hair, or something like that I can lose to the background, and therefore in this way. The only difference here is that this is kind of more purple and this is kind of more blue, but the value's the same. As you can see, when I turn the black and white, they're the same value, right? So this is the shadow value on here. And what this means at this point is you've entered a position where you can change the lighting on this lady however you want. And you can add as many light sources as you want and try out different versions of this before committing to anything. So, for example, this is the main shadow. If we want that main light source that you had hitting her from the back, we could mask this out, and we could do something whereby like it doesn't quite hit her eyes, you know, just as an example. And basically we mask back out the lighting here and start to sort of hit these forms in an interesting way. Let's choose this. Yeah, we can start to hit these forms in an interesting way, and we can very quickly get an impression of the light. And what we're doing here, as you can see, what's happening is I'm adding light to the surface, but I'm not changing the surface. I'm just revealing it where the light's hitting it, and I'm, you know, covering it back up where the light's not hitting it. And this is essentially looks like I'm painting, but I'm actually just painting light onto the surface. I'm not painting color here. I'm just revealing the surface where the light's hitting it. And if I, you know, soften those edges off, I start to get the impression of form, right? So let's say I light her back like this. Okay, and the back of her arm. I'll just do this really roughly for now. And we sort of cut the light off across her like this. You know, something like that. And let's say I want this light's coming through something, so it's like it's being cut off across here. We get a bit of the gold and so on, but it's being cut off. And I can design this lighting, the shadow shapes, etc. You know, how it hits certain things. So this gold thing on her back is going to cast a shadow onto her. Inside of itself, this bit's going to cast a shadow. This would be in shadow here, for example, so on and so forth. Okay. You know, and it looks like a light's being turned on and off, right? And that's how lighting should look. This, that, and the other. Now, I can go, if let's say this lighting is like, oh, you're looking at it and you're like, actually, this makes her seem like a little bit too spooky of a character, right? Because I'm sort of hiding her eyes. If we had done it in the way that you had it before, if we want to change this lighting, we have to repaint her entirely, right? Because the form that we get from the lighting and the surface itself are the same thing. They aren't separated from each other, and therefore we have to repaint everything. Whereas in this method, all I have to do here, I could just duplicate this current layer that I've got and like turn this one off, the first one. And on this new one, I can be like, okay, let's pull the light up a bit further and have it light her face. And maybe, you know, it's coming from a slightly different angle. So let's say it's coming in more from the side, like more from where we are in the camera. I can try this out very quickly. And because everything is flat, I'm just reapplying lighting in a different direction. I'm not having to repaint anything. I'm just directing where this light's now coming from. And I can get a totally different feel on the character and the narrative by just how we light her. And I can try a few things out. And if this was like client work, I can show the client like, hey, we've got the light coming from this direction. It gives off this kind of mood, etc., etc. I can show them a few variations of stuff. And they can pick something that they want. But even for yourself, you can just experiment and be like, okay, I've drawn this character out. I've got her painted in flat. How do I want to light her? What looks cool? Like, what shows off her character the best? What, et cetera, et cetera. So I've got this lighting or this lighting, so like from this direction or from this direction. Sorry, this direction or this direction. I can try those things out. It's very simple. Okay, let's say we're going with this one. And I want to add another light source in here. We had the lightning, right, in the background. And that's going to sort of hit her other forms. What I can do... no, sorry, let me just soften some of these edges off that need softening. Okay, what I can do is add another layer. This I would set to linear dodge add, and double click the layer and turn off transparency layer shapes. And this way I can add another light source and or softy, there we go. And this lightning that you had was what color again? Kind of like a sort of purpley blue kind of color, so something like this. And I can start to add this in. In the background, as a rim light and so on. But again, what's great about it is it's separate from the forms itself. So I can try out like it hitting different things, and I'm not interrupting any of the rendering. I'm either revealing it or it stays in the shadow. And this gives me lots of options to try different things out. Okay, so let's say we've got the rim light on her face like this. Maybe a bit of this catches it, etc. We've got the hand. Pick out the nails. Bit of it hits the shoulder, hits the hair. This hand's in the way of it, so we don't really see it there, but we see it on the breast and the arm there. Maybe see a bit more of it down here, etc., etc. All this kind of stuff, right? Bing, bang, bong. This also means I can add like a little bit of bloom to this as well. But what this also means, right, is that because it's separate from this, I can like make it brighter and see what that looks like. I can like make it darker and more saturated. I can change the color of it and try out different colors for this. I can also lock this layer, the transparency, and like if I paint black into it, I can sort of fade the light off so that it's less strong down here and like back here, and it's most strong, at the front here, something like this. And all of this is separate from what she looks like. So I don't have to repaint anything to do this. I can try out all these options, try out different shapes for the light. Maybe I want this light to come like round the form a bit more so we see a bit more of it. So it's pardon me, sorry. So it's coming round the form a bit more and we see it on her cheek, all of that kind of stuff. And it's all separate, so it's very quick to do. Let's turn it back to that kind of blue color that it was. There we go. So there's these things that are benefits of what we're doing here. Okay. And again, separately to this, you know, I can add a bit more, you know, glow in the eyes, so you can see her pupils a bit more. You know, we can mess around with this as much as we want. We could even go back to this and be like, the shadows are too dark on her face, so I can just softly lighten them up a little bit, okay, on the mask. Just lighten them up a bit, so I can see the eyes more, etc. Change the value of the shadow. Maybe I don't like the shadow being purple now that I've got it all in here. I can go in and start changing that in here. Maybe I want it darker. Maybe I want it lighter. Maybe I want it more saturated. Right? All of these things you can change because you have separated the lights from the surface. The light is something separate that affects the surface, but it isn't part of the surface itself. And so that's why we have these things painted out flat right now, is that the way you can do this. And this also means you can be really bold with the shapes. And I think this is what happens here, is that at a certain point we lose where the lighting is coming from, because actually to introduce, you know, bold and like hard shadow edges and lights and stuff, we would need to be like painting into the surface itself and leaving like really hard edges and really hard marks. And it's like, because everything is so intrinsically linked together in this current version of it, it becomes very difficult to make those sorts of decisions. And so everything basically becomes very undefined and soft. Whereas if you set things up in this way, the lighting is a separate layer, and you can just, if I like this one, you know, if I like this, that's fine, I can keep that. If I want to mess around with it some more, I just duplicate my shadow layer, turn off the old one, and then with this new one, I like, you know, turn the lights back off. And, you know, let's say she's being lit through some like film noir style blinds, you know, I can come in and kind of put those lines on here, you know, like this, and then go back in and sort of logically paint out where that's not going to hit, you know, behind these objects, etc., etc. And it's very easy to be bold at this point. So you can get those really strong, hard shadow edges and really like bold lighting because it's separate from the surface. So there you go. That's how I'd kind of set this up. Give yourself options. And this is why I work this way, because I can change these things. If the client comes back to me and they're like, the shadows need to be darker, you know, at the beginning, they're like, oh, okay, I send them this. I'm like, what do you think? This is what I was thinking for the lighting. And they're like, oh, the shadows, we actually want them to be a different color and they need to be a bit darker. And that rim light at the back, that also, could we try that in blue? And we also want to see it in red, XYZ. If you were at this, if you were like this, that you kind of screwed, right? This though, no problem. We can do that. So, next up, let's tackle the lightning. Does that help? Sorry, so far. Hopefully that helps. But, let's tackle the background. So, first of all, yeah, we're going to introduce like a little bit of a gradient in the background. Maybe a bit lighter at the top, a bit darker at the bottom. Maybe even we'll go a different color back here, just slightly bluer up here, and then slightly sort of pinker at the top. Okay. Also, something else I forgot to mention. You could, because these would be like flat shapes, okay, in the way that you set up the file. If at a certain point you're like, oh, actually, the hair needs to be more saturated, you know. Ooh. You can do that. Because these would just be flat shapes, right? So I want to make the hair a bit more saturated, for example. There we go. The lighting is separate, so we can change the color of the hair. You know, if the hair goes yellow or orange, it's just as easy as changing that underlying layer and not all the lighting on top of it or anything else. So again, another reason why it's super goated. Okay, so lightning. Easy mode. First of all, I'm going to make like a flat shape for this. You know, something that has like a bit of zigzag and interest to it. Maybe there's another shape down here. And then I'm going to use the same brush and erase back into it. And what I'm trying to do is create a shape that goes from like really thin to quite sort of thick, and introduce like some angles and like cutbacks into this shape. And sorry. So I'm going to go from thick to thin, and I'm going to introduce some like cutbacks and sort of sharp edges in this shape, and basically just try and make something really cool and dynamic out of it. But going from thick to thin is the key here, because when you go from thick to thin very dramatically, it's very sort of exciting for the eye. You got to imagine it's like a roller coaster, right? And when something is thicker, it's moving slower. And when something is thinner, it's moving faster. And so if we dramatically change from thick to thin across the length of something, like, you know, one of these lines, we're essentially like controlling the speed at which the eye moves through it. So we're going like, zoom, 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 changing direction, going from thick to thin, going from sharp to soft, creating contrast along the line. And yeah, just giving it some like visual interest. But you're guiding the eye, you're guiding it through a path. And yeah, thick to thin is very important to that. And we can like warp this around as well if we're like unhappy with the direction that those shapes are going. You know, we could do something like this, for example. Art of Victor Balan. What's up, dude? So yeah, we go from thick to thin, like this. And this is just a layer on its own. And I will turn this into a linear dodge, or into a color dodge layer. And I'm going to double click on it, turn off the transparency layer shapes. And this is going to give me what this looks like. Why do we turn off the transparency layer shapes? Okay, I'll explain this briefly. If I turn it back on, you see how this color here, it's pink, right? And it just fades off. And it's just pink though. But it's on color dodge, right? But it's just pink. If I turn off the transparency shapes layer, you see now, as it fades off from a full opacity, we get this burn at the edge where it goes from like purple to like a hot pink to the pink. And this is really good for effects and lightning. This transparency shapes are what we're after, because it gives us this extra color, this extra like bloom, if you like. And we can change the color of this lightning at this point as well. Like we can make it a bit kind of bluer, let's say. Something like this. Okay. And then around this, you know, I can add it with a softer brush, like a bit of halation, right? Blow out that color at the thicker parts. Something like this. And you can still alter the shape at this point as well, like cut into it with an eraser, set and the other. But the whole idea is we're going from thick to thin quite dramatically, and try and do that really like this. Okay, then on the inside of this, if we use white, okay, and I want to sort of draw the same shape that this has on the inside of it in white, and because it has the transparency shapes layer unchecked, you see it's going to give me this like really incandescent hi Dan, what's up dude, this really incandescent center. And that I also make that go from like thick to thin, and in some places like disappear. So it's like thick to thin, really thin, barely shows up. Maybe it comes back in here. Get a bit of it here. So it's kind of like a lightsaber in this way. It's got this really like hot incandescent center, and we only see it in those thicker parts. Something like this. And this really starts to look a lot more like hot, hot incandescent lightning, a bit of bloom back here, and so on. And you can add some more layers like underneath. We could start another color dodge layer, for example. And introduce like a little bit more of a gradient to that background. Just makes it even like more sing. That kind of a thing. And then you would do the similar in front of her. Okay. So let's take this dude. I'm just being lazy instead of drawing another shape. I'm just duplicating that one in front of her, but you get the point. And so on. Then you would just repeat that process, but in front of her. And then obviously you can add more layers to that. So let's do like a lighten layer here. Get some of the bloom from this and just sort of so on and so forth. Do you separate the flats by materials? Yeah, you can separate them out by material. I separate everything out. Like everything is its own flat. The hair, the skin, the gold, the necklace, the thing on her back. Like everything is its own flat shape. Yeah. And then, so we're at this point here where we've got some layers on top. And this is where I would start to add things like, come on, man. The specular reflection of like the lightning in these things and so on, and start to paint the materials. And once you've set up the lighting and the effects in this way, like that's when you can then be like, okay, we're here. We've arrived at the point at which we can now start to sort of paint on top of everything and do the render, because all of this is just setting up light sources, right? But now we can go in and be like, okay, it's new layer on top. Let's do it underneath the lightning. But new layer here, and this is where I would say, cool, we're now painting on top of the materials. We've got our lighting sorted. We've done all the tweaking of the colors that we'd want to do in that sense. Now we are fully just painting the materials themselves. And this is where you'd go in with your normal layers on top of everything and just start rendering. But because you've set it up so well, like with the shadows having the right shapes, and everything, you're now just like rendering on top, and there's actually a lot less rendering to do when you do it this way around as well, because you sort out most of the surfaces when you set up the lighting, and now you're just sort of painting in details. So like on the hair here, this is where you just sort of go in and maybe paint a little bit of like the specular reflection on the hair. Sorry, I'm doing this really badly. And so on. So this is where the rendering part comes in, right? So much later. And you can, start to really play around with these things. And so on and so forth. So you go from here. So in this way, yeah, essentially you see the gold starting to look a bit more like gold now because it's lit properly from the right direction, and it has reflections of the blue light and the specular and so on. So on and so forth. So then this is where you would lock in and like render this stuff. But you don't really need to render like any stuff down here because all of this is overtaken with bloom. Anything in the shadows can remain basically as it is. And you just sort of go in and maybe pick out, little bits. Well, I wouldn't even hit that maybe necessarily. But, go in and paint a little bit more form, like into the hair, for example. Think about, okay, there's some like flyaway hairs, and you could add, the specular on the hair, for example. Something like this. This gold jewelry reflects a little bit of the hair, for example. All these things. Bit of this, bit of this, bit of that. Blue in the eyes. Yeah, bit of specular in the skin. Specular on the lips. Okay, specular on the nail polish. This maybe is a bit kind of silky, so it's got a bit of reflectivity to it. A bit of specular on the skin. All that kind of stuff. But you do it now instead of like much earlier on where the material and the light are together and you can't differentiate them. So you see, it was kind of like this, right? It's quite matte. The surface of it is quite of a matte finish. All the materials feel the same. And the lighting is kind of hard to work out because it's not coming in at a certain direction. It almost feels kind of global. Whereas here, we can tell that the light is coming in from a certain direction. We can tell like the materials are apart from each other. We have like more matte materials like the skin versus more shiny materials like the gold and the silk and the hair. And we have, you know, much clearer decisions about where the light is coming in from, and what's causing that. And it therefore feels like much more three-dimensional, right? Overall. You know, this is kind of quite matte, quite flat, whereas this becomes much more three-dimensional and lit from a certain direction. And I can still change the value of the shadows here, make that a little bit lighter, and so on. So, yeah, I think hopefully that helps. And there's some techniques there that you can kind of take away and practice with. I will obviously send you this this Photoshop file. So let me just save this out for you. Genshin paint over. Blew your mind, bruh. Don't know the half of it. Yeah, I love painting gold. That's one of those things that I can paint in my sleep. I've done it so much, and I really like painting it. It's a little bit hard for me to explain sometimes how to paint it, because it's quite intuitive at this point, and I just sort of do it, and then someone will be like, "Why are you choosing that value?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I just know gold now." But you can see what I was talking about earlier, how gold isn't really ever gold that much. That's why it's so difficult to work out. It always just has like a slight goldness about it, but mostly like none of these, like if I open this up, none of this will be gold. This is pink, purples, dark purples, really dark purple, almost blue, like white. At no point is any of this gold, right? None of these colors, look. If you look in here, like none of them even approach gold, except it reads like something that is gold being lit by like blue and purple light. That's why gold is particularly difficult to paint. I think going back to the sketch and starting over with this workflow would be much quicker than painting it further my way. Thank you so much. This was great. No problem. Like I said, I'll send you this. Yeah, just send me the work in progress. Put any of these back in the Discord if you're having more trouble with them, and I'll come back to them. Yeah, exactly. Like dink, 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 dink. Okay. So next, that's saved. Save. Saving. Goodbye. All right, we're here. We've made it to the last one. By the way, if anyone wasn't here at the beginning, I'll quickly go over this. Someone asked the question yesterday, what's the difference between opacity and fill on the layers? Because they can't see the difference, right? So very quickly, I said this at the start, but I'll just do it now. When there is no effects on the layers, as in it's just a layer, right? It doesn't matter what layer mode it is, but there's no effects on the layer. Opacity and fill will do the exact same thing. So fill here, just, makes it disappear. The more you slide to the left, opacity here makes it disappear. Same thing, exact same thing. If I have this layer here where I have an effect on it, so what I mean is I've double clicked on this layer and I've turned on bevel and emboss, okay? So it was just blue strokes. Now I turn on bevel and emboss and I mess around with the settings. This is a layer effect, okay? Because of this, when I use opacity, it works the same, right? It just disappears as it always did. But if I use fill, this is going to turn down the fill of the layer and leave the effect. So the effect is the bevel and emboss, and the fill is the blue. So the thing that's creating, the thing that is driving the effect is what I'm changing the opacity of with fill. All right? But it leaves the effect itself. That's the difference. And it only works like this. That is the only functional difference between it. So just to let you know. We had that question yesterday and I promised the person that I'd go over it. I don't know if they're here. And I did go over it at the beginning, but anyway. Whatever. So this last one. Someone said Nidalee concept art. They wanted to do a splash for the new Nidalee design. This is Nidalee from League of Legends. And they wanted to do a splash art for it based on the concept art. And yeah, cool. Like, that's cool. I like it. I like that idea. What I would say, first of all, though, just based on this, God, she looks good. Yeah, she looks cool. I like this redesign. I really like this as well. This is way cooler than just like the kind of Panther or whatever she had before. Much cooler design. Anyway, what I would say when you're doing a splash art for characters, especially like League characters or anything like that, you know, most of the time when you are doing these splash artworks, you have the concept art from the client. They give you the concept art. Sometimes they even give you the 3D model and they're like, this is what the character looks like. It is very important at that stage that what you draw is the same like proportions and design as the concept art and the 3D model and so on. And my sort of issue with this in the beginning is that actually the proportions from the concept art and the proportions of the characters that you've drawn are kind of completely different. And therefore, they're far enough away from these proportions that it starts to look like something different. What I mean is, let's look at Nidalee here. She has like these very exaggerated proportions where like the height of her, you know, the size of her head versus the height of her, she's kind of like, you know, maybe 9, possibly even 10 heads high. Yeah. It's very like extreme sort of Amazonian / extreme supermodel kind of proportions, right? And we also have this like very small waist, very wide hips, really long legs that are very thin, like the taper down. She has much longer arms, more leg than torso. Yeah, like her waist is here, so it's like, look at this proportion, for example, along with the height of the heads and so on. And these proportions of like the shoulder with the fur versus the waist versus the hips, like the shoulders with the fur are like really wide, the waist is very cinched, and then the thighs are quite wide but not as wide as the shoulders, so we just get this very like in out kind of hourglass shape. Okay, these are all things that we can see here. The problem is when I look at the character that we have here, boots with the fur. Yeah, exactly. When I see this character here, her proportions are much more human, and they are far enough away from these proportions in the concept art that it kind of feels like I'm looking at a different character at this point. None of the hallmarks of these proportions really show up here. And she feels much more human than this does. You know, this feels a little bit more akin to the Pandorans from Avatar, right? And she feels like a normal person in that sense. Similarly with the beast, look how like thin the sort of wrists are, how long the limbs are, and the sort of kind of small cinched face with the eyes very close to the snout and so on, and this like very thin waist. Whereas here we've got these very thick paws that go into like very thick legs that aren't that long. And suddenly we're looking at something that has a bit more the proportions of like a lion in real life. Whereas this is something far more alien than that. And the proportions are much, much different. It's got like a shorter, more streamlined face. It's got longer, more streamlined limbs. It essentially is quite different from this. And so my sort of first thing when I looked at this with the reference was that actually when we're looking at something that has changed proportions too much from the original concept artwork, and if this was, as what I was receiving as a splash artwork for this, and I'm Riot, I'd be like, hey, we got to get these proportions right, because this isn't the character anymore. This is too far from it. It's really important to bear this in mind when working from this. And I'm saying this because your intention is to put this in a portfolio, I imagine, right? And you want to send this off, and having had my work reviewed for not just League but other games, and done splash art for many games, this is something that is in constant conversation with the client, is being on model and being close to the design and not changing proportions away from the designs unless they specifically ask for something to be changed like that. Maybe they want the weapon to be bigger just so that it shows up more or something like that. But usually those decisions come from the client side, because they can change things about their own design and tell you to do that. But if you're changing everything about their design, you're going to eventually end up in this position where the characters look actually different from each other, actually different than the concept art. So I just wanted to say that first of all, because I think it's separate from the splash art as a whole and the drawing itself, but it's something worth mentioning in the future, or maybe it's even if you want to go back and sort of rectify this, you could do. But I thought it's worth mentioning. It's literally like the biggest thing that comes up whenever I do splash art for a client is what are we changing and to what degree? And usually those decisions come from the client and not me, because they can change their own design, right? I can present things in a more dynamic way, which might change some proportions, and therefore they might be like, cool, yeah, we like that because of the movement, or we like that, particular change, so we'll keep it. But yeah, anyway, I'm repeating myself. The other thing I noticed from this is that the weapon, right, is massive. And Nidalee, her main thing is like chucking the spear, right? She chucks the spear, that hits you, it's game over, right? That's how Nidalee gets you. And therefore the spear is super important in how she comes across. And I think here in this composition, we don't continue it behind her, like we would have the rest of it back here, right? And also we cut off like the most interesting part of the spear, which is this. Like there's a lot of design and thought that's gone into this, and we're cutting it off halfway and sticking it outside of the composition. I tell you now, they're not going to like that. They're going to want this in the composition as much as possible. They're definitely not going to want to hide it. It is in the way that this currently looks, it feels like this is a dagger of some sort because we don't see the back of it. So we now can't read the most important part about Nidalee, which is the fact that she has a spear. Like her literal entire kit is based around the fact that you lob this spear out of the jungle, you hit someone, they're stunned, and then you go in and you kill them. And right now, it just appears like she's holding a sort of a dagger, and we can't see the design of it because it's just here. And so we've lost Nidalee, aside from obviously the proportions thing being in there as well. So that's also something to consider. If you didn't want to sort of build this from the ground up, you could at the very least have the back of the spear in here, or have the spear a different angle. Maybe she is holding it so that the spear comes forward. In the illustration, it goes something like this. Her arm comes down, she's holding it, and then we have the spear like here, okay, in front of her, like this. And she's holding it like that. And then we get to see in all its glory the design of the spear. It's like right at the front of the illustration. We can see the whole length of it. And we're like, fuck yeah, this is Nidalee. She's got the spear. She's coming with the beast. Do you know what I mean? That to me starts to feel a little bit more like I'm looking at Nidalee here. It's the redesign of her. And the spear's like front and center in this. The other thing here is that, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but a lot of splash artworks are there to sort of sell the character, and therefore a lot of them, the character is like looking out towards the viewer. Not all of them. Like I'm pulling up Nidalee's splash arts here, and there are some where she's like, in this one, like she's looking completely out the side of the illustration. Totally fine. I'm not saying you need to change yours, but it is something to consider when you look at a lot of these, and a lot of League splashes in general, that she's looking at me, 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 she's looking at me. Okay, so a decent proportion of them are actually looking out of the splash artwork, and that does give it a certain amount of immediacy and like pull you into the action a bit more. It's not totally necessary, but it is something to consider. I think there is a nice action, if you like, where we have like, this kind of lines coming out. And this is maybe why having the spear in this position also helps this, because it's like the entire image is radiating out from a certain point and all the motion is going in a certain direction. Whereas where you previously had the spear cutting across here, you see how you're actually perpendicularly cutting off this line of action. If we had the back of the spear out here as well, it is cutting across these lines. And if you do that too much in an illustration that's supposed to be dynamic, you're going to essentially ruin the flow. And it's a bit like we were looking at Lieutenant Danny's, right? With the fence going in, and that gives us the line of action and pulls us into the focal point. It's what's happening here. For LOL champ splashes, does it eventually get difficult to come up with new compositions because there might only be a select amount of shots to show off the kit the best? Yeah, exactly. And it's not about being original every time. Like, the amount of splashes that are just like characters standing there looking up from below makes them look powerful, cool pose, see the whole outfit, see their cool weapon. It's fine. Like, it's not about each one being absolutely completely unique and having some mad narrative to it. It's just about showing off the character and the design, especially in the base version of the splash as well. The base versions of the splashes tend to be like less dynamic because they're just showing the design of the character, and usually they're like not necessarily doing something in motion so much, or they're not doing like a crazy pose. They're a lot more simple in that sense, and like clean to read. You can see like a decent portion of their outfit and such. The base splashes tend to be a bit more like that. And then later with the skins is where you can get a bit more adventurous, right? But even then, with some skins, they still want to show the entire character because they're selling the skin at the end of the day. But there is a bit less of a need to be like show it off in the same way as the base version of the character, because they just want to show like this is the base. So I like this for the reason that we get to see the characters quite a bit, and I think having the spear in the front here would make that a bit more obvious. I would definitely lighten the shadows here a bit. Like I can show you, even when we have characters in shadow, like here, you know, she's in shadow here, right? Come on. Come on, you. Okay, don't show me that one then. Okay, here we're on the shadow side of Nidalee here, right? The light's coming through the window. We're on the shadow side, but you see, the shadows are really quite light, enabling us to see the design, all the detail, etc. It's almost like it's not a shadow. It's like a fill light that's sort of filling the shadows, but it is the shadow side of her compared to the rim light, and it enables us to see the design. Here we don't get that, and I would definitely look to raise the value of the shadows up quite a bit. Maybe even think about a fill light that is illuminating the shadows a bit more from this kind of angle, because it is overall really quite dark. And yeah, it's obfuscating the design. Like, we need to see the design of her. You need to see, you know, Nidalee. It's the base artwork, so we can't have her like completely hiding in shadow. We can fake it, like, I mean, we can still be on the shadow side, but we just see a lot in the shadows, and therefore the lighting that is behind her just becomes a rim light, and that can be really kind of like blown out and graphic in its appearance, and then we see detail in the shadows. But you can't have like detail in the lights and detail in the shadows with and not have it look strange. So you could blow out the rim light, have that really bright and like graphic, and then that would mean that we could still see a lot of the like local coloring of things in the shadows, and you know, the skin and all of that, and really show her outfit off. But yeah, right now it's like, it's really dark. To do something like this. Okay, so yeah, I would have some kind of like fill light in here, lightening up the shadows so we can see a little bit more of that. Make the rim light on her very hard-edged and graphic, you know, nice bright shapes. Basically, like this, you know? The light's all blown out. It's just hard graphic shape on the side of her, and then a fill light. You see here? This light, it's like very, very light, very blown out. Just basically kisses the rim, kisses the edge of all the forms, and then we have like illuminated shadows. Here, illuminated shadows. We're on the shadow side, but look how much detail we see, and the light is just like blown out. It's much more graphic shape. Okay, we need to be able to see her in these, and like if this one will load, yeah, this is all in the shadow, right? All of this. We see how much lighter it is, and we can see all the details, and we can see the outfit. This is kind of what we need to see with this here. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, I think her pose could do with a little bit of work. I think, for me, everything like coming out and radiating out with a strong forward momentum would be really cool. And I would maybe think to do something like this. Even you could have the pose of the thing that's actually there. I don't dislike this. It's just the proportions, I guess, that need to be better. Okay. But something more like this. So you see with her pose, what we have right now is like we have this like line of action where all of these things are like radiating out. But then we have like this arm that cuts across that, this arm that cuts across that, this leg that cuts across that, this side of the torso that cuts across it, the side of the face, etc. We're sort of slowing down the momentum that is going this way. And it just makes her feel a little bit more static. But if I do it like this, now those things are cutting across, but they're at less steep angles. So like we've still got these lines of action, right, coming out here. Okay. But now the things that are cutting across, like now this cuts across in the forward direction. Same with this, same with this, same with this. This leans forward, etc. Front of the face leans forward. This, the body, the hip, the leg comes forward, etc. You see how even though we're going across these lines, we're not going perpendicularly across them. So we're preserving forward momentum in the lines of action. And this just speeds up the piece, like the perception of how quick she's going and that like explosive motion, like, yo, they're running out the jungle, she's got the spear, the beast is with her, like it's very dynamic in this sense. Whereas this, less so. He's on one. The beast is going for it, right? But Nidalee's like sort of chilling a little bit. There's less momentum there and it feels less immediate. Whereas this, it's the same setup, right? The beast is even pretty much exactly the same. But you see, she's like, she's on it with him. And again, we're preserving that forward momentum by not cutting it off, but working with it to be dynamic. So, yeah, there we go. I think that is pretty much like all I have time for here. I've gone an hour over, but I did want to just get round and complete the critiques that I had for everyone. So what I will do, I will put a WeTransfer link into the Discord so you can download these PSDs and have a look at them with the video. And yeah, I wish you all the best of luck with them. It was a really great stream. I think we got a lot covered. We covered all sorts of knowledge and tips and tricks and stuff. So it was really sick. Imakajiro, thank you for the follow. Really enjoyed myself today. But yeah, I'm losing my voice. The stream will be on the YouTube, so if you missed any of it, go check that out. You can listen to it again. And yeah, like I said, these PSDs will be in the Discord in like 10 minutes time. Alrighty. So anyone, have a great weekend. Hiralan, thanks for the follow. Have a great weekend. Speak to you all soon. Message me on the Discord if you have any questions or anything. And yeah, in a few weeks we will do another one of these streams and go over maybe some of the pictures that people have altered, and maybe there'll be some new ones, etc. and so on. But yeah, it's been a great one. So thanks again. Peace out.